Belize, motion 2020. Mr. President, I move that whereas the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, hereinafter referred to as the treaty, has been concluded between Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and whereas the objective of the treaty is to provide a platform for Belize and Taiwan through the relevant authorities to provide mutual legal assistance in connection with the investigation, prosecution, court proceedings, and prevention of offenses, and in proceedings related to criminal matters. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the treaty pursuant to Article 22 of the treaty, and whereas Section 61A, subsection 2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act number 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the accession to any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the treaty on mutual legal assistance in criminal matters between the government of the Republic of China on Taiwan and the government of Belize, a full text of which is hereto annexed. Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Agreement on Economic Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, motion 2020. Mr. President, I move that whereas the Agreement on Economic Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, hereinafter referred to as the Agreement, has been concluded between Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and whereas the objective of the agreement is to strengthen and formalize the commercial and economic relations between Belize and Taiwan, the parties, through the facilitation, promotion, diversification, and expansion of trade in originating goods from the parties by granting tariff preferences, the development of mechanisms for the promotion of investments and modernizing the existing bilateral investment treaty, technical cooperation and capacity building activities, support for increasing investments and private sector initiatives and enhancing supply capacity competitiveness and economic growth in Belize, and the establishment of a system to resolve trade disputes arising from activities provided for under this agreement. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 48 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61A, subsection 2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act number 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the agreement on the economic cooperation between the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the government of Belize, a full text of which is hereto annexed. Mr. President, just a few words on this. This is fundamentally a partial scope agreement between Taiwan and Belize. It's been in negotiation for a very long time. Was concluded sometime in January this year, but the delay in bringing this is because we are a member of CARICOM, and under the Chagaramos Agreement, we need the permission and authorization from the community to enter into partial scopes agreements. We had to request the same permission with the partial scope with Guatemala and now with Taiwan. And it covers areas that will be extremely beneficial to Belize in terms of trade. The shrimp farmers have been looking forward to this. Bananas as well, because those are some of the items that we can get. One of the fundamental issue of the agreement is that it recognizes special and differential treatment. Special and differential treatment is important to Belize because under the WTO, while Taiwan is still a developing country by their definition, when it comes to Belize, they are certainly not developing, and there is not parity in terms of our levels, and so we needed to ensure that there was special and differential treatment with respect to Belize, and this is fundamentally why it's kind of a partial scope agreement. So I ask that colleagues support so that we may proceed with this. I think it will be extremely beneficial to Belize and to our people in the productive sector. Thank you. Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Air Services Agreement between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, motion 2020. Mr. President, I move that whereas the air services agreement between the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the government of Belize, hereinafter referred to as the agreement, was signed on the 28th of September 2020 by the government of Belize in Belize City, and whereas the agreement provides rights to airlines designated by the parties for the purpose of operating international air services on the routes specified in the annex to the agreement, with these rights being the right to fly without landing across territory of the other party, the right to make stops in the territory of other party for non-traffic purposes, and the right to make stops of the points and routes specified in the agreement for the purpose of taking on board and discharging international traffic in passengers, cargo, or mail separately or in combination. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying this agreement pursuant to Article 19 of the agreement, and whereas Section 61, subsection A2A of the Belize Constitution as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act number 13 of 2008 provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the air services agreement between the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the government of Belize, the full text of which is hereto annexed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I make comments, if you allow me just to join my colleague in thanking everyone for the opportunity to work on behalf of the Belizean people in the Senate here. For me personally, it's been a very gratifying experience. I've learned a lot from everyone, and I want to say thanks to everyone for that. With that said, I just want to make a quick intervention here, Mr. President, to say that I've been reliably informed that that this matter was not aired with some members of the local airline industry, and we would have thought that at least some consultation would have occurred, but that did not happen. And while, of course, we're certainly grateful to have air links expanded to our friends around the world, and to do it in a formal, standardized manner that will aid in the growth of our country, at a minimum, we would expect that the players be consulted and have their say. To look at issues concerning, well, what rights are going to be given to other airlines when they come to Belize, etc. That was not done, and so that's disappointing. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bills for second reading.
General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 4 Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few comments on this this General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 4. Mr. President, I have had the chance to look at it, and unfortunately, as usual, we don't get all the details, and so more questions than answers are available to us, Mr. President. And I would like to just highlight some of the concerns that we have, Mr. President. We see that for the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Immigration, although $209,498 was already approved in the budget, we see that an additional $540 $149,000 is being appropriated. And we have to wonder what it is for, Mr. President. Is it that we are issuing more passports? What exactly is this amount for? It's almost doubled what we just approved when we approved the budget back in March, April of this year. And so we have to wonder, why is it being doubled at this point in time when, for all intents and purposes, Mr. President, this government is on its last leg? Mr. President, I also want to highlight, under the Office of the Prime Minister, we see the sum of $144,000 now being appropriated for a media literacy workshop. An online session, Mr. President, it's costing the Belizean people $144,000. Mr. President, when you look at the Ministry of Health, you have for COVID equipment and supplies, you have $1,500,000 on one line item. And later on, Mr. President, further down, we see that additional sums, $8,376,000 more, is now being appropriated for the Ministry of Health. And so today alone, if this passes, they're going to be getting approximately $10 million more. Mr. President, when you look at the results coming out of the ministry today on the number of COVID cases, today you have, out of 224 tests, you have 54 new cases. That is almost 25% of the people being tested, Mr. President. Obviously, we're not doing enough. All we're testing are those people who display some type of symptom, Mr. President. What this shows is that the monies that we have gotten from the beginning of this pandemic have not been properly utilized, Mr. President. There are no proper protocols still for the testing of persons with COVID or suspected to have COVID, Mr. President. And yet, we're putting $10 million more into the ministry's hands 1 month before a general election. Mr. President, further on, we see, for example, another big one, we see the Ministry of Natural Resources. We see they're getting, for their surveys and mapping section, they're now getting an additional $300,000. And you must have to stop and ask yourself, for what? For what is this money 1 month into an election? But the answer is clear, Mr. President. Throughout this country, you see ministers giving out lands hand over fist. What else could this be for? What are they surveying 1 month before an election, Mr. President? When you look at the Ministry of Fisheries, Forestry, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, you have $88,000 being appropriated for the Theodosia Ochoa Climate Resilient Community Complex. Well, let me tell you a little bit about this complex, Mr. President. This complex started 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, the UN India Fund gave $590,000 US for this project. The UDP area representative broke ground from June 2018 for this complex. And up to today, he has been unable to complete this project after spending over $1 million Belize. And 1 month before an election, Mr. President, we are going to give him $88,000 more? How can that be, Mr. President? This is similar to what has happened with the lighting project. 1,400 LED lights went up. But the truth is, Mr. President, that so has the electricity bills of every Belizean in this country. Electricity bills have more than doubled since April of this year. How can we justify appropriating $21 million more, Mr. President? How can we justify that to the Belizean people when all they've been getting is suffering and suffering? Higher light bills, higher water bills, Mr. President. How much more are we going to burden our people, Mr. President? 1 month before election, we are here to approve $21 million more? No, Mr. President, this cannot be right, man. This cannot be correct. This absolutely is wrong. And I understand now why they say your future matters. Your future matters, Mr. President, because they need us. They need us so that in the future, we and our children and our grandchildren can continue paying for this craziness, man. That is why our future matters. Mr. President, it is absolutely wrong and unjustifiable to come to the Senate and ask us to approve $1.5 million more for the Caracol Road. How many millions will this road take to finish? How much more must the Belizean people pay for Caracol Road, Mr. President? This is a serious matter, man. This is a serious matter. $1.5 million more for Caracol Road. How can that be justified in a time when you have over 100,000 Belizeans unemployed? How can that be? Every day people are calling. They need food. They need help to pay their rent. They don't have jobs, Mr. President. And the point is, how can we justify spending on these projects? How can they come and ask us to approve these things in light of the suffering of the Belizean people? How can they, Mr. President? In all good conscience, Mr. President, in all good conscience, one cannot support this appropriation bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to follow up on what my colleague just detailed about this request for additional funds during this time of COVID. And he has really pointed out some of the main areas of concern that we have on this side. In actuality, what is being requested is $27,285,909. That is what is being requested today for us to approve. You have recurrent, $655,473. We have Capital 2 expenditures, $4,850,878. And then we have Capital 3, $21,779,558, for a grand total of $27,285,909. Now, if we look at the document that was given to us as sessional paper, their total there is 21,779, as my colleague just mentioned. But when we look at the other document, we see the full picture. And we don't get the details, Mr. President. We don't get the details. It's been a while now that we've had debates in the past two House meetings, for example, on the $7 million for the Ministry of Education. But we have not gotten details yet of how that is broken down. Precisely how many will go to the laptops or the whatever instruments that they will be using to give to the children, how much will be going to manage the program, etc., etc. We don't have an idea of how that is broken out. But it's $7 million, and you know that on our side we have grave concern about the cost per unit of those devices that add up to almost $500 each, Belize. When in fact, when we look, a simple review on the internet will show you that it's no more than $150. And yes, that includes all the add-ons, all the whistles and the bells in it. These things are concerning, Mr. President. The people of Belize deserve to know the details of these monies. Within COVID, we do have necessities. There's no question about that. The Belizean people are reasonable people. And they will understand, once it is explained clearly, what additional funds we might need for health, etc. And yes, the educational mode of delivery has changed, so we make adjustments. The Belizean people will be happy to support that if we get the details. But we're not getting the details. And that has been the case of my experience here over the last year and a half and a month. Over and over we come. Man, I must salute those senators who have been here for years and who have been able to stomach that kind of thing. They're heroes. They should be getting medals for being able to stomach this time and time again. They come here. We all come here and we don't get the details. That is a travesty for our democracy, Mr. President. Those should be things that we could have improved. If colleague Senator Lizarraga had been asking this 10 years ago, why now haven't we improved since then? We need to know the details. Because then what happens? One of two things. If we're getting this request for $27 million beyond what we had already approved, it can only be one of two things. One, massive incompetence, that when it was written up the first time, the people didn't know what they were doing, and so numbers were probably picked out of the air and put there. And now, a few months later, oh, we need more money for the Ministry of Education, we need more money for the Ministry of Human Development, and so forth. That's one possibility. Or, people will wonder, well, why is it that we are asking for so much money? Is it because we're close to an election? People out there will naturally want to know. And at this point in our democracy in 2020, we should not be having our people having these kinds of questions anymore, regardless of who is the administration, Mr. President. We must be able to do better, man, by this time, so that we don't have this discussion over and over again. And I pray that whoever gets the opportunity to serve after the elections will make corrections to this. It must be done. We have to do that on behalf of our people. Our people are not stupid. Our people deserve to get the information. They are the ones who are paying for the electricity in here. They are the ones who pay for the paper that I'm holding in my hands. They are the ones who pay for the food when we get a little break here. We are working on their behalf. What kind of employees are we if we're not providing them with the details of the use of their money? In the private sector, when that occurs, people get fired right away if they're not producing the information that they need to produce. Ministry of Human Development, Social Transformation, another 4.5 million. Let us get the details of that, man. Where is that going? Ministry of Health, $8.4 million. What are the details behind that? Ministry of Finance, Labor, Local Government, $1.2 million. What is that? We just throw numbers there and say, oh, because we have the majority, we ram it through, and so you get to talk, but we get to dictate what happens? No, man, those things have to stop. And I hope they do, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, all. I have several questions to ask. Some have been said, so I'll just focus on three that have not been touched. 3 points on the GRSA number 4. The first one has to do with the legislature. I must say that I was right knowing and accepting that our oversight agencies, in this case the Contractor General, need all the help they can get. At first glance, I said, this is a good thing to try and assign some more resources to that office. Right, looking a little more closely at it though, under the approved estimates, and comparing that to our budget estimates for the current fiscal year, I said the approved estimates referred to the overall legislature, and not specifically the Contractor General's office. So the 1.9 million we see on the personal emoluments for the overall legislature. If I may refer to the budget book, Mr. President, the approved estimates for the Contractor General were 210,000 for recurrent, which includes, one managerial executive position, one technical frontline services position, and 2 admin support. So my question is, what is the purpose of this $52,254? I would like to know what this would be directed to. Most of that is for personal emoluments. I'd like to know if this is a new position being created, and if so, which position is that, and what is the purpose of that position. And yes, I will acknowledge that the Contractor General's office needs all the support it can get so that they can be out there on the alert to ensure that we are getting value for all the contracts that we have signed on to. So that's my first question. The other one is what was budgeted under the Office of the Prime Minister for Media Literacy Workshop, almost $150,000. I note that on September 15th, there was a media literacy forum hosted by government along with the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the US Embassy. Now that that has been done, my question is, what would be the purpose of this almost $150,000? Specifically, what would that be invested in? Would this be a follow-up to the media literacy workshop that has been done? Would it build on that? These are my questions. And finally, my third question refers to the legal and committee fees for Superbond consent solicitation. I note that we approved $2.2 million for that same thing back in August 19th under the GRSA number 3. And from the comments that were made from the government side on this, I got the impression that that would have been it. But now we've added another $1.1 million for Superbond consent solicitation. So my question is, will there be more Did we underestimate what that cost would have been? Would this now be it? Or is this a fee that will need to be paid on a periodic basis? I don't know. So I ask that these questions, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Application or explanation. I will just look at the Ministry of Education and under CAP 2, it speaks to the enhancement of policy and strategy framework in the education sector for 600,000. And I'm not sure what that is about, and would like to have some explanation on that. Again, as my colleagues have said before me, we keep requesting some details for some of these things, and we do get these figures, but there are no explanations to them. And so then we have to come here and ask these questions, seek clarifications, and at times our questions and clarifications are not taken in that light. So I'm not sure what that is, and I would like to know what that is. As a person in the education field, I would like to know what that is about. Also, there's an item that speaks to purchase of land and or building. So is the ministry going to, has it purchased a land or a building? Is it going to? What will that be for? What's going there? I know that the ministry might be growing. There might be a need, but at least we can get the details for that. And then the other one deals with the matter of the hardware and software, the e-learning applications for $7 million. Now, we've heard a lot about this in the media, and about what the children will be getting and how they are going to be assisted, excuse me, due to the situation right now. And we want our children to be engaged in learning, and for that reason, the ministry is trying to provide them with a means of being able to do so. But you would think that the ministry would do its best to find the cheapest route to purchase these things so that more students could be assisted. I think we all know that whenever we go through a middleman, it costs us a bit more than if we were to go through, the direct source on our own. And so our view is that the ministry perhaps could have gone directly and made the purchases on their own without going through another person, and it would have been a bit cheaper, and they would have been able to help more students. So I'd like to get some clarifications on those matters. Thank you.
Honorable members, Leader of Government Business.
A quick response to some of my colleagues. I know that for years we've talked about the format and the details. The format, of course, follows the budget format because that is how it is done. And maybe as we progress in this democracy, Ministry of Finance could send a very detailed of these, but normally it is open to senators to try to get that information from the Ministry of Finance and other ministries. But in the case of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and the passport, which Senator Shabat raised, we were and still are in negotiations with the US and IOM for a new passport system. It was an e-passport system. This has been going on a couple of years now, and there's been back and forth, back and forth. So one of the last problems you run into would be of the cost of these e-passports to ordinary Belizeans. The prices are a little prohibitive. People would know by now that if you go to the US Embassy for a visa, you go to some bank, I think it's Atlantic, and you pay a fantastic money, and if you don't get a visa, you lose it. Well, we consider that, in fact, you can't burden the Belizean people at tremendous cost for a passport. So there have been some modifications to the system. But while that negotiation is ongoing, we were running out of passports. The reason why, as I understand it, from the CEO and the finance officers, they had only budgeted a small amount because they were hoping to have concluded those negotiations, get the new system with a new set of passports, but that has not happened. And so that you don't run out of passports, the additional money is a down payment and a new stock of passports, because change of government notwithstanding, people want passport and that continues. With respect to the Taiwan money, the media thing, it is my understanding that in fact, the Taiwanese government gave on the 20th of July of this year to the government of Belize $144,737 for this, same thing that's in the budget for this media. But the way it works, of course, is, and this is how it's done, you can't just take that check and spend it. So the money goes into the consolidated fund, and then you make a budget for it from which it comes out. And this is how those funds work. That was donated fully by the Taiwanese government for this exercise. I can't answer the other ones except that the point that Senator Smith raised was that when you're dealing with these international organizations, IDB, the World Bank, CDB, and so on, it's complicated and you're guided by their processes before you can move. You cannot, I can tell you because we've been involved with the CDB and the World Bank in terms of some of the assistance diverted from a former infrastructure project, but it's pulling your wisdom teeth right down to the last detail, and they're very strict on what they do. I think Senator Zabani, when he was in charge of Beltrade, having succeeded me there, will recognize back then that we had, I think it was $100 million from Taiwan at the time earmarked, and I was the chairman, and when government changed and he became, and they renegotiated that, it was a tremendous exercise. You couldn't just take the money and go and switch it over because it had already been agreed for certain things, and the new government has a right to renegotiate. That's the responsibility of each government, and they did go, and correct me if I'm wrong, I get old, but they did go and renegotiate the use of those funds. I think a lot of it went into housing and that sort of thing. So with that, those few explanations, I move the question.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the fiscal year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Bills Amendment Number 2, Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Senator Shabat.
Mr. President, thank you. Just a few words on this, Mr. President. Again, as before, we see the government now wanting to borrow an additional, and this is domestically, no? $200 million. And again, 1 month before an election, Mr. President, you see, it seems that the limit on the government's credit card is not as big as Mr. Vasquez's on BTL.
No, Senator, I will allow certain leeways to the opposition in terms of comments, but not too wide, Senator.
Mr. President, the point is, Mr. President.
Pardon? No. We will not allow it too wide.
Mr. President, they are now asking for an additional $200 million 1 month before election, Mr. President. 1 month before election.
Senator, I will allow the opposition a great degree of latitude in relation to this, but the comments, especially the 1 month before the election, the government doesn't stop. So like, I'll allow it, but just be mindful that you do not want to.
Mr. President, the point of the matter is that there, as of today, $200 million will be added to the coffers. That's the point. Who knows on what it will be spent, Mr. President?
Senator.
Who knows on what it will be spent? The other point, Mr. President, is that somebody has to pay this back. Somebody has to pay this back, Mr. President. Again, since saying 1 term or 1 month before election does not seem to fall well, let me say it this way then. At the end of their term, they are burdening the Belizean people with a debt of $200 million more. How can that be justified, Mr. President? What is the purpose? What are we going to be using this money for? What are we going to say to the Belizean people? We're borrowing $200 million now for what? What is the explanation, Mr. President? Don't we deserve an explanation? At the end of the day, Mr. President, we will have to pay for it. When one looks at how the domestic debt, and just using central bank figures, Mr. President, how it has grown under this administration is amazing. The central bank numbers shows you in 2012, the total domestic debt was $389 million. In 2017, it went to $1 billion, Mr. President. We are now at September of 2020. In July of this year, it was $1.2 billion. And this is just the domestic debt, Mr. President. And here we are today, asking for $200 million more, man. For $200 million more. My question, Mr. President, is how have the Belizean people benefited from $1.2 billion in debt, man? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Attorney General.
I think I'm just trying to buy some time from my friend, Minister Barnett, but is this the bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act? Because the way Senator Shabat's presentation went, I thought I was missing something. This is not a loan motion. This is a Treasury Bills Act amendment saying that in the event the government wants to borrow locally, it can do so up to the tune of $1.2 billion, which is $200 million more than what it can do now. But I genuinely am confused. When you say, what is that $200 million for? What are we going to use that for? What are we going to burden the Belizean people with that for? 1 month before an election. Typical Chicken Little crime. Mr. President, that's not how Treasury bills work. Treasury bills give the government the ability to borrow locally, and the Treasury bills come out in the Gazette, they come out in the newspaper, and they tell you exactly what the Treasury bill will be for. So if you have an extra $200 million room to play with, then the government issues Treasury notes through the central bank and say, look, the government is looking to embark on a particular project, and it's looking to raise $50 million. And we're selling Treasury notes for this particular project. Who wants to buy Treasury notes from the government, for example? It is at that point you know the details. It is at that point the information becomes public as to why you're investing in the treasury note. So this is not a lone motion saying the government is about to now borrow $200 million and then we don't know what they're going to borrow it for or what they're going to do with it. That comes after we're talking about treasury bills, sir. We're not talking about a loan motion in the ordinary way. And treasury bills are different. And then let me tell you something else, Mr. President, as I say this. After 12 years, you know, Mr. President, this government is able to get concessionary loans from abroad. This government is able to secure grants from abroad. This government is still able to raise debt locally, which signifies clearly that there is maximum confidence in the local economy and the maximum confidence that the government will pay it back. Quite different from 1998 when the PUP was in power. And the only way they could raise debt was from places like the International Bank of Miami at private commercial rates. It is a huge difference between two governments after 10 years of being in government. But Mr. President, please man, this is a treasury bill amendment, not a loan motion. There's a big difference and I had to clarify that, although I'm sure Minister Barnett can clarify that much better than I can. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dr. Zabani.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the government does not require the additional 200 million, there is no need to amend the law. That's the first point. The second issue, in my mind, is that there doesn't seem to be much concern about the impact of these local borrowings, in particular, as it impacts the central bank's increases in money supply on our peg. This is a very serious matter that we have not even touched on. And that is one of the complaints I have from my experience here in the Senate, Mr. President. We don't get to discuss the substantive matters that really, really matter. Because when we increase the local money supply, and we're having issues with a significant drop in our exports, our earnings from the tourism sector are depleted, then the only way we can try to match up is if we continue to borrow foreign currency debts from abroad to be able to try to have a balance. But that is now burdening the next generation. Instead of having sustainable human development, we are having unsustainable human development. We're burdening the next generation over and over again with these large loans. And then there's also the impact of pushing the private sector out when they don't have the access to these funds for their development. These are the kinds of things that we must discuss, Mr. President. This is really what happens in our economy. And we don't get to discuss these things. So we have the law that will allow us, the government, to increase the debt by $200 million beyond what it is. And it is there, so if the government decides that they wish to do so, they have the power to do so. So you have, in effect, the ability to borrow more. So one and the other, it's practically the same thing. And that is causing serious damage to our future prospects in terms of developing our country, developing our economy. It's a heavy burden, right, that we have. And as I've said before, Mr. President, the way for us to address these things is to prioritize our expenditures properly, rather than spending over and over as we've been doing in infrastructure. $180 million for roads to Caracol, and we're here asking for more money for that. All of this is very intricately connected. It's the economy. And we must know how the economy works. That all these pieces affect each other, Mr. President. So I want to support what my colleague said earlier, that we have serious concerns about this continuing borrowing, especially right before an election. Let the next government have the decision to make then, when the people have given them, whoever it is, that power to do so. But let's not do it right before an election. We raise many questions in doing so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sum represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Amendment number 2, Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the periods of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, this is part of our commitment under the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and the Caribbean countries in this treaty are very slow to move on these things. And so these amendments have been due for a long time. And what it simply does is, under the free movement aspect, is to ensure that if a Caribbean national comes to Belize to work, there are several criteria that must be met. That he can bring his spouse or he can bring his children, at that sort of thing, which is only reasonable.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean country states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the period of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean country states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the period of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17.02 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provisions in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, this is just in the same vein like the first. You know, we are a family, all with the same British colonial history for the most part. We have several institutions. We have, of course, CARICOM being the head, the secretariat, so to speak, all under the Treaty of Chaguaramas. We have the Caribbean Development Bank. We have CXC exam. We have all sorts of things. But we are the kind of family where we love one another and so but stay at your yard. I always say that. So we're not exactly welcoming the brothers and we get so on the hardest time. And they give me when we got it too. Like Guyana gave me 4.5 days to stay. And I had to quarrel with the fact that when I got to the US, they gave me 3 months or something, but 4.5 days when I end Saturday, the half day of Saturday, if I miss the plane, I was in a drama. So I had to complain to the minister, but we do the thing. Well, this is to include and expand the category of people who may come. You know, you have artisans and professionals and who could sing good and all the rest of it. Again, slow to enact, but it's what it is as part of our people. Thank you.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This may be quite minor. If we look at the amendment bill, the second section, where it deletes the definition of dependents and spouse, and then it inserts a set of new definitions. I note that the current act, I'll get to that right now. The current act already has a section in the interpretation section that defines national. Yet in this amendment, it includes the definition of national as well. So what wasn't clear to me is this replacing the definition of national in the current act? And if it is, that should have been mentioned. Maybe it was just an oversight. Maybe it's not a big deal. But as was done for dependents and spouse, I think what should have done was to delete the definition of national and replace it by the definition of national in this current amendment. So I don't know if it's an oversight, if it's potentially duplication, or if it's no big deal. Maybe Attorney General can clarify. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Smith.
Two brief comments. As the minister said earlier, I don't think that this is a bill that is going to be rejected. However, we just want to remind that our government should continue to promote skills certificate so that our people can also when others come here, we can go to other Caribbean countries and we can also, be gainfully employed as well. And as a member of the ITVET or the TVET board, it's very important that we look at CVQ and that certification. And so I want to urge the ministry and the government, whoever that is going to be, for us to push for CVQ certification, because we are the only Caribbean nation who doesn't have that as yet. We have been working towards it. It has been taking quite some time for us to do that. And our students are going to the TVET, but they are not having the certification. So it's very important that with this bill before us, with the amendments here, that we work quickly so that we can get to that point where we finally have CVQ certification for Belize. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable members, yes, Leader of Government Business.
Sorry, Mr. President. With relation to the question of national, I didn't quite understand the Honorable Senator's question, but it simply defines national, and the definition for national is the same in all our territories. There are only 4 ways you can become a national. You either born here by descent, married, and get that, or by registration. So national is the same in all our territories, covered in the exact same law. As you are aware, our Immigration Act was challenged in the CCJ with respect to certain abusive terminologies we all have the same terminologies. So the act in Trinidad was, because we all inherited it from the British anyway. I agree with Senator Smith that in fact we need to ratchet up the qualification thing, and that's been going on forever. I can happily say to you that as an engineer, having gone to University of Munich in Germany, I don't qualify to work in any of these countries, including Belize. So I ask that to Bill.
Honorable members, the question is, Attorney General.
In addition to what the leader just said, just to answer the specific legal question, this clearly then is just an expansion of the definition that already exists. And the explanation of what is national in this new amendment is more expansive than in the old law. So all this does is add to that. Because they're not inconsistent, rather than this one is only adding to the previous definition in the law, then this one, since it's later in time, becomes the law because it's more expansive.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skills Persons Act, Chapter 17.02 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved person, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Land Tax Amendment Bill 2020, Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the Minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease and to provide for matters connected thereto or incidental thereto.
Senator Lizarraga.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to ask for your indulgence in a few moments of privilege, since this may very well be the last sitting, or my last sitting, in these honorable chambers. Mr. President, I would like to impress upon new senators coming to these chambers and remind them of the oath that they took. And in that oath, it reads, without fear or favor. It's something that I took very seriously during my tenure. I concur with my colleagues that have continued to call over the years for more details to be provided. I think for us to have meaningful debate in these chambers, we need to have more details. And I think it is the administration's duty to provide us with the details if they want us to lend support to those motions that they bring before us. I'd like to thank the Leader of Government Business for all the support that he has lent us in trying to provide us and calling for us to be provided with documents at least a few days in advance. It's gotten a lot better because the volume of information that is provided to us has been at times very large, and it's a lot of material for us to cover and for proper consultation to be done before we come to this house. So while it has improved, I think there's still a lot of room for improvement, and I think at minimum we should have like at least a week in between and not the customary 3 days or whatever, or the much improved 3 days, because at one time you never used to get that. I think, Mr. President, as well, a new Senate must look at the lack of debate on papers, because we're provided a lot of papers and reports that are just ordered to lie. And like my colleague alluded to earlier this morning, a lot of the substantive issues are missed. And because those papers are not properly debated, we don't have an opportunity. I've been calling for many years for committees of the Senate to be formed. And while the standing orders are very clear that the Senate should have committees, and those committees, I believe, should play a very important role, they've never been activated or formed since I've been here, in the 2 terms I've been here. I think it's high time to revisit the rules of the Senate, and especially the Senate hearings. They're very outdated and need to be revisited. Mr. President, I would like to thank you as well, because really you've been very accommodating, and you've been, of all the presidents that I have sat under, I mean, I think you have been among the fairest, no? So I'd like to thank you for that. So I just call on any new government to seriously look at the role that the Constitution places on the Senate, and ask that the rules be looked at seriously, because the Senate need not be perceived as that rubber stamp. And I think if some of us in this chamber will take our oath seriously and perform without fear or favor, we could do justice to our constitutional obligations. Thank you for that moment of privilege, Mr. President. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you for being fair. Now, Mr. President, we have before us today a bill to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011. And it seeks to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. And it says, Mr. President, with your permission, it says it's going to amend the Principal Act by repealing Section 28 and substituting the following. Section 28 will now read, the minister may remit taxes in whole or part, including any arrears and interest, in the case of any disaster as follows: a hurricane, an act of God, an invasion, civil commotion, fire, or other occurrence which may cause destructions or grievous damages to cultivation or cultivated crops or any dwelling houses or other buildings, or an infectious disease which causes economic hardship in the country of Belize, notwithstanding that there is no physical destruction or damage to property. A mouthful. And I totally understand and agree with the concept of lending and rendering relief to those people that have suffered destruction, that have suffered economic hardships because they're working the land and there was a drought, crops have been destroyed, or they may have suffered economic hardships because of the COVID situation. So they could have lost or are losing because of the lack of opportunity either to sell crops or market conditions. Totally understand that and support it. And if this were intended to just lend relief to those people that have received hardship or going through hardships, and certainly the productive sector, the agricultural sector, I would totally, totally support it. You see, Mr. President, the old law, chapter 58, allowed for that. Allowed for that. It already allowed for the minister, right? Where any cultivated crops or any dwelling houses or other buildings have been destroyed, or any grievous damage thereto has been sustained through the act of God, an invasion, civil commotion, fire, and other overwhelming force, the minister may remit whole or part of the tax as he thinks fit. Okay? So, if that person, in the view of the minister, was experiencing some economic hardships, he couldn't get, or he couldn't pay tax, he could have gotten relief already. Now we've added, as a result of a pandemic, extended it, right? And we agree. We agree. If we're talking about those persons again in the productive sector. The problem we have with this piece of legislation, as we've had with similar pieces of legislation intending to give relief to those that owe taxes, land taxes specifically, over the years, and we've seen many such pieces of legislation, including this one, is that it lends the possibility for relief to those people, in our view, that do not deserve it. We have seen legislation in this Parliament that lent relief to those persons that speculate, as we would term land speculation. We have actually seen where the value of those lands have gone down, have been reduced for tax purposes. We've seen previous pieces of legislation that lend relief to them for taxes that they owe. Huge, huge sums of money. Now, Mr. President, put it into context. The government is in need of taxes. The government is in need of revenue. We have seen, not officially, because no supplementary budget has been, or no mid-year review has been presented to us as is required under Finance and Audit Reform Act. So we don't know what the real numbers and the real situation is financially. But we do know that we need revenue, and especially tax revenue, or revenue of any sort. And here we are, once again, and please, just to be very clear, we totally support any initiative to help those that have suffered from drought, from hurricanes, from COVID, okay, that are in the productive sector. They need the help. We congratulate the government in giving them that relief. But what we absolutely cannot condone is the consistent relief to those who hold thousands and thousands of acres of non-productive land in this country, and they continue to get relief from this tax burden. The government needs revenue. And even if they were not able to, for whatever reasons, to pay those taxes, then the government has the ability to take back that land, give it to people that need land to become productive, to grow our economy so that they can begin to pay taxes. So I don't know really and truly what is this. And I'm going to try and be very nice. What is this need or desire to give this particular sector relief after relief after relief? First, you lower the value on their land so that they could pay less taxes. Then you give them the ability to come in and negotiate and they get a discount, 25% in one installment. Then another one, no again. How is this helping our country? Again, that specific sector of non-productive land we're talking about. And we have a whole list of people that hold tens of thousands, if not larger tracts of land like this. No man. If you can't pay the taxes, then give back or let the government get back the land. As we had passed in a previous piece of legislation, the government promised it would do that after we gave them the last reprieve. Right? We need every square inch of this country to become productive. Either productive through paying taxes or productive through being worked. And if you can't develop it, give it back to the government so the government could sell it to people who can develop it. COVID is presenting us with a lot of challenges, Mr. President, and we have to begin to do things differently. And we have to reevaluate, and we have to re-strategize, and we have to redeploy and make best use of our resources. It can't be that because you've been friendly to any particular government, first of all, you get to a lot of land and know that you don't want to pay taxes, and the government continue to give you relief after relief after relief after relief, man. While the poor people they out there with needs, they suffer and still they pay their share of taxes. No, Mr. President, I absolutely cannot and will never support any relief to those who hold outrageous amount of land and don't pay their taxes, get relief on the non-productive land. No. The government should get back those land, redistribute or collect its fair taxes from those people who continue to do nothing but speculate when we need our country to be more productive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I once answered a question in class, and the teacher told me, Mike, you gave a brilliant definition of a horse. But I asked you to define a cow. I totally agree with what you're saying, Senator Lizarraga, but that's not what this bill is about. You are off key, sir. You have not read this bill with any intellectual honesty, because if you read it...
Senator, just the bill.
Just the bill?
Yeah, just
I'm talking about the bill, sir.
Yeah, just make the comment, make the argument in relation to the bill.
Okay.
Don't say he hasn't done it with intellectual. That's what I'm saying.
But I don't. That is not the purpose of a debate, Mr. President. But anyway, so we are not allowed to refer
To a senator.
to what other people say.
No, you can refer to the substance of what he said, but you cannot say.
I cannot comment.
You cannot comment
on anything
about,
that anybody says.
No, you cannot comment about him. You use the word intellectual honesty.
So let me ask you something. I just want to clarification, Mr. President. I can't say that anybody who has said anything in here is wrong, or,
Yes.
or they don't understand or criticize their interpretation of it.
You can say that because you're dealing with the substance of what they're saying.
Yes.
By saying another senator has not read something with intellectual honesty,
Right.
that's speaking with the senator
Right.
himself. You cannot say that.
What I'm trying to say then, Mr. President, is that anybody who would read this bill cannot say that they have any of the fears that Senator Lizaraga says he has. Because this bill does not give carte blanche authority to the minister to remit land taxes or interest on land taxes. As I understood him correctly, you don't want the government to forgive land taxes and interest for people who don't pay their land tax. In short then, you don't want to give it to just any and everybody. But this bill doesn't allow the minister to do that. This bill puts the minister in a box. The minister may remit taxes in whole or in part, including any arrears and interest in the case of any disaster as follows: a hurricane, other act of God, invasion, civil commotion, fire, or other occurrence. And by that, when you mean other occurrence, it is to be read, help me out, Senior Counsel, as they say in law, justum generis, or any other circumstance that he talks about, or any other occurrence that he talks about, has to be in relation to what has been mentioned before. It has to be an act of God. So you can't burn down your own house and say, I need tax relief because my house catch fire and axe a fire. No. It has to be something that was beyond your control, that caused destruction to your property that produces crops, or to your crops, or to your dwelling. And in those cases, the minister can use his or her discretion to say, look, this person is owed land taxes, but given what has happened, which is beyond that person's control, the minister can use her discretion to then say, look, you don't owe any land taxes for the next year or two. Or you know what? The land taxes that you've owned for the last year or two, you don't have to pay them because we can see that you were already struggling before this act of God damaged your crops or your building. It is under those circumstances only that the minister can make that remission. The minister cannot get up one day and say, I want to remit the land taxes and interest of any Belizean that he or she chooses. No. The minister has to justify why and demonstrate that the reason for the remission of these taxes is for one of these reasons set out in the law. You go to B. An infectious disease which causes economic hardship in the country of Belize, notwithstanding there is no physical destruction or damage to property. We currently have an economic program that's run, or at least was run, I don't know what's his position now, that was run by Mr. Cowie and Minister Barnett, where they take applications for people for economic relief from the government who were affected by COVID, by the infectious disease. So in other words then, before you can get assistance under that program, you have to prove that the infectious disease, the pandemic, the COVID-19, that was what caused your current situation. You can't be worthless number to work 10 years before COVID and then want to claim COVID relief. No, it doesn't work that way. And that's why many people don't qualify. Because COVID-19 has not put you in the position that you are now. And so under those circumstances, you do not qualify for COVID relief. You will have to demonstrate that it is because of COVID-19 that you can't afford to pay, and only under those circumstances will the minister give you relief. The minister cannot wantonly give relief to anyone he wants. And the senior counsel will tell you, it is similar to land acquisition. You have to demonstrate that when you acquire a private person's land, that it has to be for a public purpose. And if you don't demonstrate that it's for a public purpose, the minister is subject to judicial review. The minister is subject to judicial review by the Supreme Court. And that is why, you know, man, the government go further. It makes me wonder how much more you want, or what would it take for you to just say good job? The government says, we want to insert one new section. Notice of any remission of tax on any land under 28 or 30 shall be published in one issue of the Gazette. A notice under subsection 1 shall specify the rate of the remission, the period for the remission, and any other conditions applicable to the remission. You will be able to see who the minister wants to give the relief to. And then the lawyers on retainer can bring this to the attention of any private sector board or any government board or any board for that matter and say, look, someone saw they apply for remission under COVID, you know. And then you as a citizen, as a business community can say, but we know that that person is not affected by COVID. He or she doesn't want tax relief because they've been delinquent since COVID-19. They've always been delinquent, so we object to that. No, man.
Just on a point of clarification,
I mean, the president.
can the AG please refer to the section where he says we can see who the minister will grant this to? Because the law does not say that. The Attorney General is misleading us.
I can see why he said you were very accommodating, Mr. President. I will sit down, let him speak.
Senator, you can only rise to interrupt another senator for a particular point that you, and it has to be something that's permitted by the rules.
Okay. Can the Attorney General please show where it says, where the law says,
is this minister's question?
Who the minister will?
No, you can't.
Is this minister's question?
You can't do that. Thank you. Senator Lizard, you can't do that. Like there. No, man. It's only a point of order or some specific rule that you can.
Really, Mr.
Attorney
President?
General, please continue.
Really? You know, earlier we spoke about the privilege of sitting in this chamber. And earlier you spoke about we hope that those new people coming into the chamber will do the right thing. Well, I hope those new coming and some that are still here would bother to read their standing orders. That would be very helpful. So, Mr. President, any information that you want will be given if the minister decides to do a remission. And let's look at C. Any other conditions applicable to the remission? No, one of them must be in your name, man. One of them must be in your name. You really think that there will be a publication in a gazette that tells you that there is a remission of taxes on property and the name of the person or the freehold title holder to that land won't be there? I have never seen a publication like that in a gazette. You don't attach property to it and not attach the owner's name. I've never seen anything like that. So how could that possibly be an attempt at a gotcha? Oh, the legislation never said name, which means that that publication means nothing. Listen, the government has decided to pass a piece of legislation that is consistent with its current social program under COVID-19. All this is a repeal and replace of the old Section 28 to add another section that says, under infectious diseases, the minister will have the same authority. Similar to when we said earlier when we amended the Labor Act to say that under a specific infectious disease or pandemic, employers and employees may get together and agree to lesser wages or lesser hours or whatever. This is no different. This is no different. And there was a reference of time and time again of a 25%. That was not a land. Anyway, I will follow the rules, Mr. President, and I won't try to re-debate an issue that's already been debated and decided on by the upper house. I will follow the rules. But let me say this, Mr. President. In relation, if I may beg you for this privilege, to respond to the privilege taken by Senator Lizarraga to talk about the need for improvement, the need for the Senate to no longer be a rubber stamp.
Senator, no, when he finishes.
On the right note, I am saying the type of changes that some of us want, the arena is open. The type of changes that some of us want, we need to do what some of us in here are doing. Put your name on a ballot. Put your name on a ballot. And get elected. And then you can be a major part of the changes that you say you want to make. Because if you look at something carefully, you can find a fault in almost anything that you try to find a fault in. Even if it's an attempt by the government to give ease to people who are suffering under these trying times. The reason the government needed to pass this law, because, Mr. President, as you know, under the law, when you owe land taxes, the municipal body in which your land is located has the authority to take you to court and order that your land be auctioned. That your land be auctioned so that you can pay your land taxes, and the reserve price is the amount of the taxes that you owe. So a poor farmer owes $300 for his farmland taxes. The reserve price at the auction is $300. Those are the people we're trying to protect in this piece of legislation. But you have to see ghosts. You're already imagining some monster trying to give tax relief to people who don't deserve it and have been delinquent. Why is that your first train of thought? But then again, Mr. President,
so good.
As a man speaketh, so is he.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order number 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. And Mr. President, may I ask your indulgence for a slight pause so that we could enter our standing senator and have him sworn. I understand he is in the building.
Yes, Leader of Government Business.
He's already read this, right? So I have to finish this.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any time, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk will administer the oath.
I, Orson Elrington, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and I will conscientiously and impartially, to the best of my ability, discharge my duties as a senator and to do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Senator Salas, you had a...
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I must say that I share and completely agree with the concerns that were presented by my colleague senator from business community, and I listened intently to the Attorney General, and I am still concerned, and I'll try to explain why. If Section 28 was amended to only include a subsection dealing with infectious disease, it would have been much more palatable. But that isn't what happened. The entire Section 28 is being repealed and substituted by this, which now is not only referring to remission of taxes, but any arrears and interest. It doesn't say for how long. It could be for as long, as far back as it can be taken. And Section 28, subsection B, and I should read it, Mr. President. The minister may remit taxes in whole or part, including any arrears and interest in the case of any disaster as follows. B, an infectious disease which causes economic hardship in the country of Belize, notwithstanding there is no physical destruction of damage to property. This does not say proven economic hardship on landowner. It says which causes economic hardship in the country of Belize. We are in that right now. The entire country is under economic hardships now. So this, based on that, the minister now may remit taxes in whole or in part, including any arrears and interest. And like my colleague previously said, our small landowners need all the help they can get. Those that are producing, our farmers, our ranchers, our foresters. When I say our foresters, we have a lot of land in Belize, forested land that is under productive use. Sustainable forestry, for example. I share the concern. To me, reading this, it shows that a window is being opened for those that are speculating on high value land to potentially benefit from this remission. Under any government, because this is what is stated in the act and in the proposed amendment. Now, lands, for example, in Ambergris or Turnef, coastal lands, high value lands that are being held for speculation, these should be exempted from such remission, regardless of size. This is not meant for that. This is meant to help people with small land holdings who are producing and need all the help they can get. Now, in relation to transparency, unfortunately, my interpretation of what the Section 30A is trying to do does not go far enough. By the time this is listed in the Gazette, the taxes have already been remitted, and it is listed there, which is okay. But wouldn't it have been better for application for remission to be listed, so that general public, whoever has an interest, has an opportunity to question, to see who is applying for what remission, for what size of land, etc. Not after the remission has occurred in the Gazette that is not, you can say theoretically it's available for the general public, but this is one of the, why not in the newspapers, for example, that are more widely read. So I'm saying that why can't a provision be made to list all eligible lands, not only in the Gazette, because it's lawful, but also in the newspapers? It would have been good for a special committee also to be appointed to consider application for remission. And at some point we need to do this. Would have been a perfect opportunity to categorize the difference between developed lands and idle lands, because it is long overdue for us to do that. But I must say, Mr. President, that after listening intently to the Attorney General's explanation, my concern still remains. I am still very much concerned that this is just opening the door, an open door thing for anybody and everybody. And if that wasn't the intention, then it should have been specific to those, the small landowners, the ones that are producing, to benefit from this because they need it, especially in these times. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Shabat.
Mr. President, when I look at this amendment, it reminds me of the saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I think part of the difficulty we have here is that as we continue to work on this thing we call a democracy, we continue to fall back into the old mistakes we have made. And again, we're doing it here, Mr. President. The difficulty here is that there are no clear demarcations, but a discretion is being given to the minister, Mr. President, to determine who will benefit from this remission, Mr. President. And there are certain dangers with that. There are certain innate dangers that come when you give discretion. And we are trying to move away from that. We are trying to level the playing field. We are trying to have clear markers, a clear goalpost, Mr. President. There is no definition of what economic hardship means. And it could mean something for me, and it could mean something for you. Ultimately, it is for the minister to determine if your economic hardship qualifies you for a remission. And when you look at subsection 38.2, Mr. President, there are no defined rates of what that remission is. And so it creates the question as to what then will the rate be? Will there be different rates for different levels of economic hardship? And I think that is where the problem lies. And the concerns raised by both of my colleagues are legitimate concerns. And although I heard the Attorney General try to explain it away, with all due respect to him, his answers just resulted in more concerns instead of allaying the fears expressed by our colleagues in this House. The last time we had a remission, Mr. President, I brought before this House the list of people who were identified. Mr. President, that list, they never have no poor man banner. Those were large acres of land, Mr. President. The point I am making, Mr. President, is that why do we continue stepping backward? Why do we continue to pass regressive legislation in the sense that we continue to put in ministers' hands discretion as to who will and as to who won't? We need to level the playing field, Mr. President. We need to have clear markers. And that is the problem with this piece of legislation. Not the intention of relieving those who need it. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. Any relief for anybody suffering is warrant consideration, Mr. President. But how you go about determining who the beneficiaries are is the problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Leader of Government Business.
Yeah, just a few comments, Mr. President. We need to we need to be clear on notice. And I hear my colleagues, and I appreciate the concern, but one of the things you have to remember, I always say, is how we are governed. You see, people always, in any circumstances, no exception, appeal to their minister. So an appeal will come from bananas, or an appeal will come from citrus, or an appeal will come from the shrimp sector, any sector. What the bill does, it gives the discretionary power, because somebody has got to make the decision. If it was blanket, that in fact this sector will be 5%, that sector will be 10%, then all you need are the bureaucrats to do it, and they apply. The discretion is built into the system. But to ensure that it is not arbitrary discretion that would be subject to criticism, etc., it introduces the requirement that notice of any remission on any land shall be published in the Gazette, showing the rate, the period, and any other conditions applicable to the remission, and any other conditions, so that people know. And I hear over and over the issue of the Gazette. Well, the Gazette is the official publication of any government. And I continue to maintain that if the media, that is a part of the system, were to engage properly, the same way they take out births and deaths and marriages out of the Gazette, there are lots of other information they can take out and publish, so that then the public would know. It would be difficult to assign publication to any particular news house or news media, because that would be, first of all, condemned as disenfranchising the other or showing preference. So it goes in the Gazette. That makes it transparent. And as part of the democracy, which Senator Shabat referred to, we continue to make these improvements. Publication is important. The remission is necessary. I can tell you there has been requests. There was a Hurricane Nana. And there was requests, and those are big landowners, that a lot of the hurricane or the small storm blew down a lot of the bananas. And so there is some difficulty there as well. Hopefully we don't have any more of that. We run out of hurricane names as I understand it, but we still have a few weeks to go in the system. We run out of name, no? Exactly that. So, Mr. President, I move the question.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear technology, for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and for matters connected therewith and or incidental thereto.
Senator Bennett.
Regarding the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020. It was interesting while listening to one of the radio stations, one of the listeners and regular calling person said, how is it that we're reaching all the way to radiation safety and security bill, and as a country, we have not been able to fully address asbestos management, etc. But for that caller and for any other person that was listening and has the same concern, it goes much wider than that. It's interesting that when we look at this bill, even the person that has a simple nail salon will need to know the details of this bill. It speaks to the health, general health or maintenance and wellness of persons because it has to do with radiation. For the woman that goes and get her nails done and you're placing your finger under the nail hardener, you need to start thinking in terms of health. And the persons that own those instruments, simple things like humidifier, simple things like your hearing aid, how you dispose of them, will have to be well controlled under this bill. So I would like to ask a simple question, and I'll take this opportunity with your permission, Mr. President, to ask a general question. Where have you placed your non-functional microwave? Have you taken that into consideration? Or those old walkie-talkies that you normally store at home? Even their clothes dryer, or your derelict heater or sealers, where do you put those things, and how is it as a country we are managing to do the proper what's the terminology there? The decomposition of these equipment. It's somebody said it. Yeah, so generally the bill is very detailed. It captures a lot of what we are supposed to be focusing on in relation to the safety, the safe use of these equipment. But my concern is how are we starting to educate people as it relates to companies, as it relates to healthcare professionals, even the masseuse that uses different types of gadgets that has radiating or radiation features in them. So when I think about being at home and you are disposing of your crock pots or your basic food processor, even the cell phones, the old ones that where are we with those, and how are we promoting the proper segregation of those radioactive devices? What is important coming out of this bill as well is the fact that we need to be able to educate our people on the risk and the different types of radiation that's emitting from the different equipment that they use, or even when they access the healthcare services. So it's not just a bill that focuses on the healthcare industry, but it's wide cross-section because it speaks to promoting the safety of radiation, the proper use of radiation equipment. When I think of, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, just let me grab some notes here. Under section 72 of the bill, again emphasizing the decommissioning, excellent, especially for healthcare facilities. And I'm hoping that it goes basically across both public and private sector so that we can have proper management of all those devices such as X-ray machines, MRI machines that are derelict and need to be removed from the different facilities. What is interesting about this particular bill too is the fact that there is good administrative structure. The different offices have different functions, and it affords for the different committees to be established, which I believe will be reinforcing every bit of the bill that is listed here. The penalties, I do believe, could have been highlighted a bit more. But as we go on, again, considering that nuclear medicine has been in existence from like early 1900, we are somewhat getting there in 2020. So I support this bill.
Move the question. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, peaceful uses of nuclear technology for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Cybercrime Bill 2020, Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, provide for penalties, investigation and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this bill, Mr. President, and I would like to acknowledge the work that has gone into this over at least the past year. Special mention to the Special Envoy for Women and Children, who I understand has recently announced that she may be stepping down after 12 years as Special Envoy. I want to say kudos to her. She has been a strong defender of human rights and had some excellent achievements during her, the last 12 years. I also want to single out the Information Technology and Cyber Unit of the Police Department in the Ministry of National Security that really has been championing the development of this bill, and the Ministry of Human Development and a number of other agencies. The community I represent was engaged in this process, and the Attorney General's Ministry. How could I forget? Yeah, thank you for that, AG. But you'll get over it, Attorney General, very quickly. But the community I represent NGOs were consulted during this. I must say we had the opportunity to express whatever comments and points we had. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity for that. There is just one question I have, though, that I hope for the record the Attorney General could clarify. I had raised the matter to him a couple days ago, but for the record I still want to bring it up, and it pertains to Section 12, subsection 1 on page 11. And I'll read the section with your permission, Mr. President. A person commits an offense who, without the explicit consent of another person, intentionally captures, stores in, publishes, or transmits through a computer system an image of a private area of the other person and is liable, and so on. The question I have is on an image. In our community, a couple of us have raised the question if an image includes video. And I note that in the interpretation section, there isn't a definition of image. So I looked up the definition of video. And a video is a sequence of images called frames, captured and eventually displayed at a given frequency. A single video frame can be called an image. So my question is, and for clarity, does an image include video? Because there's been a lot of video circulating out there, not still photos or a frame or a still shot, but a sequence of images. And I just want to make sure that that is captured within this, because if not, then that is an oversight. So that is my main question. But I wrap up my comments by again congratulating everybody who has worked on this. For too long, people have gotten away with some horrific activities like, sharing without, permission of people, some images and videos and others that really have affected and traumatized those that have been targeted. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Senator Rock.
Mr. President, I rise this morning with my contribution to this particular bill. But if you would allow me, I too want to express gratitude for being here over these last years. There has been much that have been learned. I thank all my colleagues who have been able to educate me in the school of senatorial work. It's been quite a journey. And I know that I will tell you from first off that some of the people that I expected should have supported me the best were the ones who gave me the hardest times. That's my church family, some of them. But nevertheless, there were some of them that were very good and understanding and very supportive. And so I take my solace and my consolation from them. So I'm just thankful for this time. I was all the way out in left field and was invited into this august place to represent the church. And it came with quite a challenge. But I am glad that it's over. I go back into my left field, and whatever journey life takes me from there, then I'll go. But I rise to make my contribution to this bill because I think it's an awesome bill. I think for too long in Belize, people have gotten away with cybercrime. And because many of us are not sure how it really works, all we know is that we send pictures and videos across the internet, and we hide behind these very pseudo names and frames. And we think that, well, nobody knows who we are. Nobody will catch up with us. But one of the things that I think we fail to understand is that with every person that is a part of the internet system, there is a digital fingerprint. And although it's not the fingerprint that's on your hand, it's a thing called IP address, which is 192.168.1.500 or anything along that line. So that I am hopeful that the police department will do an excellent job in really going after those people who are causing havoc, who are causing problems in our society using the internet. I hope that the effort of the police will be intentional and that these people will be brought to justice who violates other people's rights and privileges using the internet. So I rise to support this bill. Thank you.
Senator Dr. Zabani.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, we are pleased to see that we now have a bill in front of us that aims to protect all those persons who have been vulnerable or have been adversely affected through cybercrime. And indeed, as a parent myself, I am pleased to see the protections that have been made for children. And so I join my other colleagues in thanking everybody who has worked so very hard to put this together. I do have a question though that concerns me, and it works across the aisle. Let me give you a recent example, Mr. President, and then I'll ask your permission to read portions of the bill and also portion of our Constitution. A few days back, less than a week ago, we had the chairlady of Hope Creek who had put up a post in which she expressed her discontent with the area representative for coming into her village last minute and not consulting with the council and starting to do certain projects, road works, right before election. In her post, she said that they welcome development, but felt that that there was disrespect shown to the council. A couple of days after that, and I want to state this can work either way, from the other side as well. A couple of policemen came to visit her at her home to tell her that she is creating or she's her post is creating problems for the area representative. So I wonder now if when we pass this bill, how this clause, clause 15 in the bill, could be used or interpreted. And then I'll go to the Constitution, and my intent is transparent. I would like us to see if we can improve the wording to make it consistent with the Constitution. That's my intent. Because it affects everybody across the board, across parties, etc. So if you allow me to read, Mr. President, Section 15.1 says, from this cybercrime bill, a person commits an offense who, with intent to compel another person to do or refrain from doing any act, uses a computer system to publish or transmit computer data that A, intimidates the other person, B, threatens the other person with violence or damage to property, or C, threatens a member of the other person's family with violence. 2, for the purposes of this section, intimidate means A, to cause in the mind of a reasonable person an apprehension of injury to the person, to a member of the person's family, or to a dependent of the person, or of violence or damage to the person's property, or B, to cause a person substantial emotional distress. If we go to the Constitution, Mr. President, Section 12.1 reads as follows: except with his own consent, a person shall not be hindered in the enjoyment of his freedom of expression, including freedom to hold opinions without interference, freedom to receive ideas and information without interference, freedom to communicate ideas and information without interference, whether the communication be to the public generally or to any person or class of persons, and freedom from interference with his correspondence. Part 2. Nothing contained in or done under the authority of any law shall be held to be inconsistent with or in contravention of this section to the extent that the law in question makes reasonable provision for A, that is required in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, or public health. B, that is required for the purpose of protecting the reputations, rights, and freedoms of other persons or the private lives of persons concerned in legal proceedings, preventing the disclosure of information received in confidence, maintaining the authority and independence of the courts, or regulating the administration or the technical operation of telephone, telegraphy, post, wireless broadcasting, television, or other means of communication, public exhibitions, or public entertainments. Or C, that imposes restrictions on officers in the public service that are required for the proper performance of their functions. So my question is, does this bill provide for that? Does it I don't see it explicitly here, where, yes, I agree in principle, I think like most people, that we certainly do not want to have a situation where a person feels intimidated, etc. But do we want to make it clear that we don't cross the line over in which our freedom of expression is violated at the same time, right? You can direct me, AG. I'm happy to be directed, and once that's in there, my concerns are allayed. And so I just wanted to raise that, Mr. President, and I look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President,
Attorney General.
I can't let that slide.
No. What do you mean?
No, I mean, Mr. President, you allowed Senator Zabani to say something about what supposedly happened to the chairperson of Hope Creek. The police went in there. We don't know which police. Is that true? All because she was somehow doing something to affect the area representative? That's a low blow, Mr. President.
No.
And it's not lost on us.
No one. Sorry, no one. Sorry, Dr. Zabani. Attorney General, just make the point. I gather from what he said is that he's just using an anecdote or an illustration. Like it's just an illustration. Just make the point.
It's not lost on us that he's running for Stan Creek. I heard the angry guy. Mr. President is right here. No matter what freedoms the Constitution gives you, the fundamental principle is that you have the right to swing your arm in any direction you want. But your right to swing your arm ends where my face begins. The Constitution gives you the right to life, but the Constitution also gives the right to someone else to kill you, to take your life, if you are attempting to take another person's life. So your rights don't necessarily exist in a vacuum. You have the right to liberty, but you don't have the right to liberty if you commit felonies and crimes. The law also contemplates that there are exceptions to your right to liberty. You commit crimes, then your liberty can be taken away, notwithstanding the fact that you have a constitutional right to it. The Constitution allows fully for freedom of expression. But it can never be contemplated that your freedom of expression is extended to the point where you can express things that will lead to the injury of other people. The Constitution doesn't make provision for that. It's the old adage of yelling fire in the crowded theater. You don't have a right to say things that will cause injury to people. And this particular piece of legislation specifically states that. It says, a person commits an offense who, with the intent to compel another person to do or refrain from doing an act, uses a computer system to publish or transmit computer data that intimidates the other person, such as intimidation is defined here saying to cause in the mind of a reasonable person an apprehension of injury. So you are free to say what you want. You are free to express yourself, but you cannot express yourself in such a way that any reasonable person could presume that that expression would lead to an injury to that other individual. And that's the distinction it makes. It says, you can say what you want, but you can't say what you want and then your words threaten another person with violence or damage to property. I can yell at the top of my voice that I don't like you. I don't like how you look. I don't like how you dress. I don't like how you walk. I don't like how you talk.
but I can't say to you, I will kill you. Or you pass by my street again and I will break your car. I can't do that. So what we find is that a lot of people are not saying these things directly. They're saying it through, well, I don't have social media, so I don't, it's a WhatsApp thing, and no WhatsApp, I don't have social media, I have that. So if I have it, it's primitive. The thing of Facebook and so other book and Instagram, I don't know, I don't have these things, but through these things, people intimidate other individuals. And so then you can no longer hide behind that PC. You can no longer hide behind that computer. If you put something out there about a particular person that would lead to injury of that person, to try to incite injury to happen to that person, then this is saying that you have committed an offense. So it does make a distinction from the Constitution, is that the Constitution gives you these rights. But the Constitution itself would tell you that those rights are limited. They're limited insofar as your rights cannot extend to the injury of another person, and this just spells it out in more detail. In terms of image, Senator Salas, we decided to leave image as is, to let it be the normal, everyday meaning of the word image, which is, quite frankly, the definition in the dictionary, which is any visual representation of anything. So whether it's a video, it's a picture, anything like that, an image is an image, anything that you can see. So we decided to leave it, but it's a good because there is a section that talks about image profusely, and it is an idea, but for now we can leave it as the natural definition of image.
I think Senator Smith, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, if you would allow me, sometimes just to express a bit of gratitude, because it seems as if though we are believing that today is our last sitting, and so I guess we see each other no more, if some of us will be returning. So, Mr. President, I want to thank all my colleagues, but first of all, I want to thank the NTUCB for allowing me the privilege to represent them in this honorable chambers. All my colleagues here in the Senate who have worked with me, we have not always been very friendly in our debates, in our responses to our comments. Nonetheless, as we do our work, we learn from each other. And that has been one of the things that I think we will take away when we go from here, that we've learned from each other. I want to thank you as well, Mr. President, for steering the ship in the way in which you have done so. I want to also thank my family, because all of these documents that we have before us, they do take time to go through. And oftentimes we have to neglect our children, because we want to go through them and we want to be able to properly read and understand what it is that we have to come here and present or represent. And last but not least, I want to thank God for all His mercies, traveling mercies during the time that we've been here, for knowledge, for understanding, for everything that we've been blessed with in being able to stand here in front of the nation and make our presentations on behalf of our organizations. So, thank everybody, and I wish you all the best as you continue on your journey wherever you may be. And if we are to meet here again, then we will continue as colleagues once more. So thank all of you. AG, thank you so much for your harassment. Yes, you like to harass me sometimes right from in front of me, but thank you so much on your explanations. Thank you. Just a few comments, Mr. President, on the cybercrime bill. And again, as I always say, sometimes we fail to remember or recognize that not all of us in this chamber have legal background, and not all of us might have access to legal minds to assist us, in going through and interpreting these bills that come before us. So at times when we ask questions, they are not because we are trying to make fun or we are trying to make bad, it's because we really and truly want to get proper explanation to help us to determine our position. And so I just want to make a few comments and ask a few questions, and I think it's going to be the AG who's going to be responding to them. And so one of the first questions that we have is whether we have cybercrime experts in Belize. We don't know. This bill is before us, and we would think that we would need some sort of persons with training or expertise to be able to investigate these things. And I'm not sure if we have those, and so I would like to get that. And if we don't, then what are the plans to ensure that our officers would have the proper training to be able to properly deal with these matters before us? And so that has to do with the capacity of our police officers and the department to investigate these crimes. Another question that we have is, how do we protect people from spying? How am I protected from somebody spying on me? Where does that fit in, and how would that be possible anyway in this, what we have before us? And then there's a concern with regards to the lack of discretion given to the judge, because persons are saying that for some of these same crimes, if they are committed in real life, when they say real life, I think they are not referring to the virtual way, but maybe person to person or that type of thing, that those would warrant lesser penalties. For example, something like slander. You would say do a cease and desist first before you get to the point of maybe being imprisoned, that sort of thing. And so, would that discretion then being given to our judges? Also, there's a concern that it is possible that this can lead to witch hunt. And so you'd be looking to see where Senator Smith is posting anything about anybody in government or any minister or any person in high position, whatever that may be. And so we do a witch hunt to try and get to people. And then the virtual complainant, for a person who makes a complaint, how do we protect those persons from threats so that cases can proceed? We know that a lot of times when crimes do occur, we are unable to continue with those cases because the persons are threatened, and then they drop the case or they are afraid to proceed, that sort of thing. And then finally, Mr. President, this bill is very important, and we know that we have gotten to the point where we are taking these matters seriously. And I want to applaud these efforts because, especially for our children, that we are protecting our children. This is very important to us, that our children are being protected. But I believe that a bill such as this would need to have some sort of education campaign so that people can fully understand what is in this bill, what will be the repercussions, what is it that they can and cannot do, and what are things that can get them in trouble. You hear people talking about, your computers, you can be followed or you can be monitored, and you, the person, would not know that you are being monitored for the past 5 months, 6 months, and as you go about your daily work, you are being monitored without your knowledge, and that could probably be dangerous. So, when we don't know, we speculate, and at times when we speculate, we cause more issues than need to be. And so I'd like to know if there is a plan for an education campaign so that our people can fully understand this bill, what they're up against, what can happen to them, what are the repercussions, that they can be properly prepared. And then finally, I think it is now time, Mr. President, that we seriously look at a whistleblowers act, if you will, because looking at this one, as I said, this is a good one, but we have to also consider that one because that is very important. It's very much needed. So if AG can maybe respond to those questions, then I can make my final determination on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President, and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to join my colleagues in lending my support to this piece of legislation. I think it is a piece of legislation whose time has come. And I applaud the new crimes, the new offenses which are created by this legislation. And just to highlight a few, Mr. President, the identity theft, child luring, publication of the private parts of individuals without their consent. Those are important, Mr. President. The infringement of copyrights and patents and so on, those are all important. The use of social media through whichever means to prohibit intimidation of individuals and to prohibit the threatening of individuals. I think those are all important factors, and they're all important matters which warrant being considered to be crimes. But I join Senator Smith in her concern in that I too call for a robust public education of this piece of legislation, because although it is not unusual, or we don't see it frequently in the criminal code where you have a fine and confine, in this we're seeing that. And so I think it is important for individuals to understand that if you infringe this law, then you are subject not only to a fine, but to confinement. And I think that is important for the public to understand. And I hear my colleagues, and I think as much as I believe it is a good start, I believe attorneys are going to have a field day with this, Mr. President, because many of the provisions in here will have to be tested against the freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution. So I want to congratulate those who have worked to bring this to the fore. I think it is a good start, and I think that as we go on and as we see people being perhaps accused and tried, we will see the jurisprudence develop with this area of the law, because certainly many of the freedoms that are circumscribed or attempted to be circumscribed here will be challenged as against the constitutional norm. I see that for intimidation, the standard is that of the reasonable man, which is a common standard that we do employ in law. And so I think that is good as well, Mr. President. But yes, it is a bill whose time has come, and I applaud and congratulate those who have worked to put this to the fore. And again, I believe that many of the provisions will be tested against the constitutional principles. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bennett.
Authorized to make my contribution to the Cybercrime Bill 2020. A couple observations. We're aware that there are a lot of draft bills still sitting around that probably couldn't reach here for whatever reason. And considering that information technology has been in existence since early 1940s, I have before us, or we have before us, a 29-page bill. And information and technology communication has been impacting not just Belize, but the whole world in terms of the different arrays of crime. Some bills go all the way up to 49, like for example, the draft discrimination bill. So I'm saying, yes, it is good, and everybody has agreed that yes, it is here and we need it. But I'm saying it's a bit very late. There's so many things that has happened in this Belizean society that has scarred lives. And so those who are in the ruling party, you have failed Belize in just producing this bill. However, it is here. So let's see how much we will be able to support the people so that they can be fully informed of what is in this bill. I'd like to call to the attention of the police officers. There's a lot of assignments that is assigned to you in this bill. And so I urge you, all police officers, to take the time to familiarize yourself with the document so that you don't become a victim of not producing or not performing at your standards. There's a lot assigned to police officers. So I would just like to reinforce what Senator Smith said in terms of having the expertise to be able to identify these different crimes and to be able to handle the data. Our police officers will need, and not just police officers really, you will have a lot of other public officers as well, BDF, the Coast Guards, who are constantly in contact with information or data overall. So they too will need to be fully appraised, get the necessary training that is needed so that this law can be properly enforced to protect the Belizean public. So we cannot overemphasize education. In addition, one of my major concerns with this bill is on page 12, under section 14. Service provider to store traffic data and subscriber information. And it says here, 14.1, a service provider shall store and keep the traffic data of subscribers from the date on which the data is generated by a computer system until 90 days after the termination of service agreement by a customer. Now, one of my greatest concerns is the time frame, 90 days. Because a lot of the times, if you study the nature of crime with children, we do not necessarily know within a specific time frame when a crime is happening with a child, because the child is muzzled by the criminal to be quiet about what is impacting or what they're doing to him or her. So the child is not fully aware as to how to communicate the danger, how to communicate the harm that is impacting their lives. And so if and when pictures are taken of the children or the child that is being abused and it's somewhat deleted after 90 days, then really and truly we don't have the data to work with to bring or to incriminate the person that is actually performing the crime. So if I am misunderstanding, then I'm sure clarification can be given there. And in addition to that, what we have learned is that the subscribers, it's very costly to store data. So what responsibility will the government have in order to have the data stored long enough for it to be used efficiently and effectively so that the penalties can be passed on to the persons who are committing the crime? When we talk about the impact or the results of having to commit a crime, using a computer system to coerce, harass, intimidate, etc., a person under Section 15, we keep making reference, or my colleagues keep making reference to the fact that there is a fine and that there is imprisonment. When this bill is passed and it's signed off, the crimes will still continue to happen, and it's actually more than likely the poorer class of the society that will be impacted. I do hope that when the white-collar crimes or the blue-collar crimes are committed within the government system, that those persons will be held accountable as well. Because IT technicians are very, very much aware of how data can be manipulated. And so those persons as well need to be held accountable. Not just the person that gets on Facebook and blasts the other person, or gets on WhatsApp and sends up a meme, etc. So yes, it is here, but I think it's really too late considering that so many of our young women have been impacted. I hope it can be reinforced to the point that the people of this country can be educated in order to enforce the law properly.
Senator Zabani, sorry, Senator Lizaraga, sir.
I know that democracy is a contact sport, but sometimes you take it to a new level, my friend. But on that note, we always say that, democracy is for the people. But I think it should be by the people as well. I think in any democracy, the by the people is very important. And one of the things that stick out in the passage of this piece of legislation, or something that I certainly heard quite clearly, was from the foreign minister, when he made the plea that we need to have a national education campaign. And I think I heard several of my colleagues mention it, and I thought it was worth to re-emphasize again, because now we're talking fine and confine. In other words, in a Creole, you're going to jail if you commit any of these offenses on Facebook, through a computer, with a computer, WhatsApp, with your telephone, smartphone, smart TV, anything electronic, even, any recording device, you're going to jail and you don't get charged. So, while we are trying to protect the people, I think we have an obligation to educate the people. And perhaps in this case, we should have done more public consultation with the people, the masses. I have to thank the Attorney General for early on in the first draft of this, or I don't know if the first draft, but an early draft was sent to me. AG, yes, you did send it to me. I'm talking to you. And much to my surprise, I see that in this draft presented, in this final bill being presented, you removed two sections that I was very concerned about in the first one, section 17, I think, that dealt with sedition, and section 9 that may have affected the whistleblowers. Anyhow, so I sincerely thank the Ministry of the Attorney General and all those people, because I understand there were retreats, there were consultation with the IT personnel, there was consultation with a lot of people in the AG's office and in the police and a whole bunch of people. Fine. We came up with these sets of laws now that are very onerous, very heavy-handed, as they rightfully should be for many of the offenses that we now make illegal. And with your permission, Mr. President, I'd like to highlight just a few. We certainly agree that, I'll get there, that if you intentionally access someone else's computer, or a part of that computer, without permission, it's an offense. You don't have no business in my computer without my permission. They try hacking there, they try crack it or whatever, or my devices. So that is a good one. You don't have any right to damage my computer. You don't have any right to deny me or obstruct me from accessing my computer or my data. There should be a fine for that. You shouldn't interfere with the performance of my computer system, and including intentionally disconnecting the electricity supply. All of these things I'm talking about now, you could go to jail. You could get a fine and go to jail. And I think people need to know these things. I think if you use a computer to forge documents, it's a crime. I think if you certainly try to use a computer to defraud other persons, okay, that is a crime, and a serious crime. If you use it to assume the identity of somebody else, you can't try set up on fake pages, say that you're me and that kind of thing. That is now an offense, and you can go to jail and be charged $5,000 or $8,000. Child luring. In the matter of child luring, Mr. President, we thought that maybe, I think I heard Senator Smith refer to it, that there should be a scaling of the offenses for the different levels of the offenses. So one level should be actual, when you're attempting to, and then the other level should be if you actually are doing it. Those are the examples that come to mind, but we certainly thought that that area could have been strengthened some more. I had some commentary sent to me when it came to private area, image of a private area, Mr. President. And the definition in here says that the private area means genitalia, buttocks, or breasts. And the question was, where does the buttock begin and end, and where does the breast begin and end? Because there's no definition. And the way some people dress these days, you know, you don't know what begins and what ends. There is also the concern, and a question came to me and said, well, will doctors now need explicit consent from people when they capture and store images in a computer system of their internal genitalia or even their external genitalia? Will there now need to be a form? This is silent on that, but it does say that you need explicit consent of the other person before you capture or store or transmit through a computer system. So I heard Senator Bennett make mention, and I too received some concerns on Section 14, Mr. President, where it says the service provider shall store and keep the traffic data of subscribers from the date of which the data is generated back on computer system until 90 days after the determination of the service agreement with the customer. I understand, it is my understanding that not even BTL has this capacity, that nobody has this capacity, because you need a lot of equipment, a lot of storage space, and it's very expensive. And the obvious question is, who is going to pay for this storage, for the facilitation of the storage, right? And how will this cost be passed on, because it's extremely expensive. And then there are those persons, of course, that say that, you know, we're now entering into the area of mass surveillance, where all of our information, data, communication, history will be stored. And like I heard the attorney, the leader of government business, I mean of the opposition, just say that there may be areas that could be challenged as a result of that. I yield to you attorneys on this, Mr. President, but we have to make sure that the systems we put in place protect your privacy as well, and that the checks and balances are strong enough, robust enough, and cannot be, you know, circumvented or abused. So Mr. President, I think those capture the major comments that we received when we were doing our rounds with this bill. Overall, we think it's way past due. We live in an electronic age today, and we've seen the level of abuse, especially in social media, that takes place, and even on radio and TV, by the way. And I want you to know that certain radio stations and TV stations, they have to follow this piece of legislation to know, and they could be fined and confined. Okay, so Mr. President, I urge that perhaps we've spoken about post-legislative review and the need for us to begin to review legislation after it's passed and the importance of it, I think this is one such piece of legislation where we really need to keep our eye on the post-legislative review because of the potential impact. I mean, I don't think we want to send, I mean, right away, the amount of things I see happening on Facebook, I think we could send a lot of people to jail if this thing is signed into law tomorrow, no? So I think that while we want to stop it, I think we need to carefully think about how we continue this education process that's desperately needed, or how we commence the education process to avoid sending people to jail, which will cost the state, and to avoid fining people these huge sums of money, not only bit of money, $5,000, $8,000, for the most part, the poor people, no? You know, so I don't think that is the intent. I think we want it to be stopped. Yes, and it's nice that we have deterrence, strong deterrence in there, but I think we have an obligation to educate our people fully on with this before, you know, it fully takes hold and people start going to jail. So I think I pretty much covered it, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Elrington.
Mr. President, it's my honor to be a part of this historic sitting of the House, and I might say that today we are passing many bills, and but I must say that this cybercrime legislation holds a special place in my heart. And some 14 years ago, I graduated from Murray State University, where your brother attended as well, with a degree in telecommunication system management. And obviously I have a law degree. So for some time I have been advocating for this type of legislation. And like we said, if you said there's no better time, if you did not plant a tree yesterday, there's no better time than to plant it today. So I'm happy that we are here today. And I must join my colleagues in congratulating those who have worked tirelessly on making this piece of legislation a reality. I know the number of persons involved in it are endless. It has been going on for some years. I was involved at some point when I was at National Security. But I want to specifically, he's not here now, but I want to make sure I point out the Attorney General and the Attorney General's ministry. I don't want to make the same mistake as others and have him scold me, so I begin with him. I also want to point out the great work of the Special Envoy for Women and Children, and everybody, like I said, who has been involved in this process. I think that as this act says, I think that there have been some, and I think the Honorable Senator mentioned it, that sometimes we, as attorneys, take for granted fundamental principles of law and take it as the straight law, and we expect that the ordinary layman should understand these things. And so I heard several of my colleagues comment on the fact that about the freedom of expression. There is absolutely no right under the Constitution that is unfettered. Every right in the Constitution is fettered. I think the Attorney General expressed it in saying that you have the right to swing your arm, but your right to swing your arm ends where it meets my face. Similarly, the freedom of expression, when you're talking about the freedom of expression, there are protections for the person. And so my right to express something ends where it is not true. So I do not have the right to defame somebody. I do not have the right to mar somebody. I do not have the right to threaten somebody. No. Those things are utterly unacceptable. And my colleague in this house right now, and my colleague at the bar as well, I was surprised that he said that it is going to be a field day for attorneys, because some of these principles are practiced every day. They are basic principles, but are now only being extended to the virtual world. Basic principles like assault, threatening words. These things are tried over and over in the courts every day. So there is a quite long list of case law that will be able to direct those who will be judging these matters. But for the benefit of the public, I just wanted to remind them of the basic purpose of this law. So if I'm allowed, read just the long description of this law. It says it is an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation, prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, first and foremost, this act will help in protecting the ordinary citizen. But in particular, this act protects the most vulnerable amongst us. I think all of us would agree. They need the protection. Women, children, they need the protection, and often they are the ones who are the victims of cybercrime. And therefore, this piece of legislation is not only good, it is absolutely needed. We need it with a level of urgency for which I don't know. Regrettably, like we say, we're only here today, but we're here today, and so I am most happy that I was chosen this day, no other day, to sit in, even if just for an hour. And so, I think that none of us have been immune to this. I think that all of us have friends, family members who have been victims to cybercrime. None of us. I personally have had my best friend been a victim to this. I've had my ex-fiancée, and I've had many, many friends. And I think all of us can say the same. I don't think any of us are immune to this. Each one of us has a friend or family member who has been a victim, and therefore firsthand, we have been able to see and feel the type of destruction that cybercrime creates for a person. They might say, oh, it's only virtual, and it does not really have, the victims do not really feel, and maybe the penalties are severe. But in some parts of the world, people lose their lives because of this, because they cannot take the pressure, so they commit suicide. Some others you are marred for life. You carry a burden. It might not be a burden which you can visibly see, but it is a burden which young women, children, they carry for them for the rest of their lives. So again, this is a piece of legislation whose time has come, and I fully support. Let me say, just last night, weirdly enough, I was speaking with my best friend, and she was telling me about just yesterday that her daughter was under attack by some of her friends online, and she was expressing how devastated her daughter was. And this is normally a very confident young lady, but she was at my house, and then she said her daughter called and said, "Mommy, I need you to come home." This is the type of real-life destruction that this thing causes on lives of people. So, I think all of us agree that this is a needed piece of legislation. But I think one of the areas that we have not discussed today is the importance to the business community. I'm surprised that my colleague from the business community did not mention the importance of this to business. This is a critical component to any international investor who is dealing with data. And we all know the biggest companies in the world right now, when we're talking about Apple, we're talking about the alphabet soup group of companies. If you're talking about any of these, Amazon, these companies rely on data. There is a plethora of opportunities, endless opportunities for Belize if we have the necessary data protection. Some of these companies will not come to Belize if this data protection is not there. That is a fact. It is an indisputable fact, and therefore this is a piece of legislation which is necessary. It will create a lot more opportunities for us, especially now in this time of crisis. One of the only sectors which has grown during this crisis is the BPO sector, the call center sector, a sector which has a tremendous opportunity. But when you're talking about more valuable information and more valuable data, this type of data protection laws are necessary. This type of cybercrime laws are necessary before they would be willing to invest in a country like Belize. So, I end by saying that while alone the protection of individuals is a laudable achievement of this piece of legislation, the impact that it will have on the business community, I think, has been understated or maybe not understood. And I join my colleagues, all of them, who have expressed the need for education with this piece of legislation, because, again, it is novel and it is novel territory, and therefore we need to educate all sectors of our society, individuals as well as businesses, so that they understand their rights and their responsibility. And it is for that reason, Mr. President, that I wholeheartedly and without reservation support this bill.
Senator Coy.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Of course, my colleagues. Of course, welcome to the newly appointed senator for today. But Mr. President, if I may ask, if you can allow me to give me a minute of time before I even say that I 150% support this cyber bill 2020. But Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to, since almost singing the same song, saying that today might be the last day of us to be in this honorable chamber. Mr. President, with all the feelings that is in my heart, I must, first of all, foremost, I want to thank the good Lord for giving me the knowledge, the wisdom, the experience, the strength to be here almost every sitting of the Senate. I never missed one, as far as I recall. And secondly, Mr. President, I want to thank the citizen of this country believing in me. And I believe that had been one of the youngest senator being ever sitting in the Senate since independence of 1981, Mr. President. So want to give thanks to the Belizean people, and especially the citizen of the South who believes in me. I did my very best, as I heard the Honorable Senator said earlier, that we come here to do the people's business. So, Mr. President, thank you for that. And foremost, I must also want to give thanks to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Dean Oliver Barrow, of having me to serve under his administration, and of course to the newly party leader elected lately. So, Mr. President, with all said, with that then, I want to now say that why do I support this Cyber Crime Bill 2020? Mr. President, as we heard other of our colleagues have said today, that many of us may have fallen into these category where we probably have felt the wrath of people trying to do things on social media and causing damage to our very own characters. And Mr. President, with no shame at all, I would say that I fall into this category once. People hacked into my Facebook account. I had proof of it when I went and cross-checked Infotech individual. Right here in Belmopan, I was able to do it here in Belmopan, and I was told that quite about 18 different devices was, hacking into my Facebook account without I even aware of it until it was brought to my attention. So, Mr. President, with that, I say to those, and I have fault in so much things, people on Messenger and all of those things that create mischief, where I had to call on the police department, and I must foremost thank the police department for being there as well, finding out that these things are fake accounts and people hiding behind Facebook pages and doing other mischief. Well, we do expect that too, Mr. President, in the type of work that we are doing on a day-to-day basis. And I'm glad that today, like what Senator Bennett has said, that after we have felt the wrath of this, and today, or whenever it becomes law after, that the people who are being doing this will be brought to criminal charges. And so, Mr. President, and as a father of as well, I support this because in the future, you know, our kids are in technology now, not like one time when you used to grow up, used to run about place playing marbles, and not the younger generation right now. They're all into technology. And not only that, but we also have students going to school who needs to be protected in all of these things. So I want to give a special thanks to the AG and his ministry. Of course, the special envoy who is behind all of this, and the rest of the citizens who have worked very hard, and to our public officers out there who have tremendously put up things together. So, Mr. President, with that said, I want to support this bill 150%. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a few words. I know that there's always a call for timely legislation, but legislation is a process, and a process which involves a lot of work, a lot of thought, because it is a work in the making, and you need to cover everything as best as you can. That is why in these halls we have the opportunity continuously to amend legislation. There's a book written that's called Wrongs and Rights. Many of the attorneys would have read that book. There's a famous attorney, lecturer at Harvard, who wrote it. I won't call his name because in the impeachment proceedings in the United States, he disappointed me a little bit with some of his comments, but he's entitled to his. I still read his books. Out of the wrongs comes the right. You remember that many years ago, maybe you were too little to remember, but there was an accident in Belmopan involving a very beautiful young lady. Sadly, she died, and the body was taken to the Belmopan hospital, and an orderly attempted or did or had sexual relations with the dead body. It was outrageous. But there was no law. So they made a law to us, I think it's called necrophilia. That is out of that wrong came that right, because it was so egregious, it was so upsetting to the dignity, sensibilities of the human being, particularly the parents. Anybody who fool with that now will go to jail. But in terms of the education of this, I want to start the education process by reminding people that we know it from we are small, you know. There's a thing called the golden rule. You find it in Matthew chapter 7, verse 12. It says, do. Therefore, whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Put another way, don't do to anybody what you wouldn't want to do to you. Start with that, man. Never say anything about anybody that you would not want said about you. Remember the rule. Because you see, Mr. President, there's also another one that I learned when I was a kid. If you know not what to say, know what not to say. That's the second piece of education. Then you're not getting no trouble. Because you see, two things are terribly important to everybody. It's their privacy and their reputation. You see, Mr. President, there's only one thing we take to the grave. Julius Caesar, the evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. As a consequence, what lives after you? Only your name. You didn't come in the world with it, you know, then give after you come, but you take it to your grave. For years and years and years and years, so and so and so, now deceased. So and so and so and so. So your name is terribly important. I will defend mine with every fiber of my body. And I've done so in court many times. Don't mess with me. There are things you can say about people or write about people, you know. And we do it without second thought these days. You will see comments behind every piece of thing that's published, and the comments are vile, they're rude, they're done with impunity. I am going to say this about Senator so-and-so, I'm going to say this about so-and-so. And we just say it as though it's gospel, and we expound that bit of ignorance or mischief with great confidence. We're not afraid at all. Just put out there. And then it runs like wildfire. You may hear it? It's called. It's an old World War II Nazi Germany technique developed by the famous propagandist Goebbels. There are several people who do it, you know. It's called frame, contain, isolate, and destroy. It's practiced all the time. Some of our politicians say, practice that, and in the United States, you see practice now every day. How you do that? Oh, you see him there? Boy, you mean how him gay? Oh, Lord. No, that's the frame. So it contains you, because then people, boy, I never know, you know. Boy, I thought me see him a long time, I never know him. Who? That begins to isolate, and then they go in for the kill. Now that kind of thing now, it puts you and it puts the individual on the defensive, because how you defend against that? How on earth you defend against those kinds of things? Because it's already thrown out there, and people believe what they hear, and worse what they see. Even this business of cut and paste, I being not so familiar with the computer a couple years ago, just getting used to smartphone and so, was amazed how they could take people's head and put on people's body. I say, but no man, you must joke. No man. And they be just put their head and put on somebody's body, Bob. And they take that picture there and put on right side of somebody and undress you in the picture too. All kind of thing. I was shocked. I don't know what they think will happen, but the little experts, they're at it, they're going. So this intends to begin to protect against that. And people must be aware now that that will carry a cost. It's as simple as that. Carry a cost. You cannot just get out there, post things about people, put up things about people, fabricate things, make up things. You see yourself in some compromised position where you know you were never in and all of that, and then you had no protection under the law. This gives that. So, Mr. President, I support the bill, obviously, and all of us support it. I want to thank everybody for supporting it, and I move the question.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation, and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation, prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Defense Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions and bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. It's simply a clean-up piece of legislation, Mr. President. Remove some of the old definitions, etc., within the bill and bring them into conformity with what the present situation is.
Senator Rock.
Mr. President, we rise again to support this bill. It's for the fact that of all the times that we've been listening to legislation being amended for the military forces, we haven't had any like this. The fact that we all had suspicion of what goes on in certain. We all have suspicions of what go on in these institutions where there is a rule to ourselves type of regulation that takes place among them, when we read it, we thought that the present administration had done well in making sure that what apparently were old behaviors and old traditions, because of the way the BDF was established initially, that those traditions are obviously coming to the place where we're now looking at how to best regulate systems like the BDF, where a man who has a whole amount of power can use that power at his own discretion. It is good to know that our BDF women can now have the liberty of calling the police if necessary, if they feel like their rights have been violated. And I think I believe, after reading the legislation, I believe it's a good way to go, because it's a good start. And it needs to permeate not just the BDF, but it needs to go into the police department, the custom department, all these departments where, especially, not particularly, but especially our female employees in these departments are not respected or given the kind of respect that they are deserving. And that we were of the opinion when we read it that no woman should feel at disadvantage because she's a woman in a perceived men environment, no? Or a male environment. And so kudos, we said also to the Brigadier General Ortega, who, as you listen, you realize that this did not come from the government, but it came from them wanting to have better experience in the environment, in the BDF environment. And so it is our hope that it don't end just at the BDF, but that it goes to the police department, it goes to the customs department, it goes to the immigration department, wherever these statutory bodies are, that they will go into their books, look at their laws, and where there seem to be antiquation, they will work to make sure that they bring the law up to today's experience. I think it's very important that when we talk about what kind of experiences people are to be having in the workplace, especially with the Constitution and the fact that the whole issue of sexual harassment is such a key thing, that changing the law to match or to fit where it should fit, that the perpetrators that continue to violate the rights of women or men, for that matter, are brought to justice. So we say kudos to those BDF people who are the whole BDF organization, their leaders, who came together to make sure that a law like this come to the fore, and that they would have been the springboard, if you will, for the other institutions to come on board as well. So we support this bill.
Senator Bennett.
Just some general observation, President Bradley. I live in Ladyville all my life, so I have a great appreciation for our Belize Defense Force, or BDF soldiers. But as I go through the bill that is being presented, it's 61 amendments. And like they say, nobody knows nursing like a nurse, so no soldier would know soldiering like a soldier. So I'm sure that what is in here was properly discussed with all levels of the Belize Defense Force. So we have some amendments that should be able to uplift the morale of the Belize Defense Force. Very important in terms of the amendment, which I'm sure they appreciate, is the fact that the public service, in terms of the word and the Governor General, is actually being replaced by the Security Services Commission. And so I'm sure that they are happy about that particular amendment. So in putting this act in alignment with the Constitution is very, very fundamental. But what I found that was very disheartening was the fact that every single amendment, well, I can't say every single one because it's 61 of them, spoke to the changes that needed to occur as it relates to, for example, scandalous conduct means any conduct or behavior that displays indecency, indecorum, acts of cruelty, acts against morality or law. That's section 3. And then in section 11, section 30 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by deleting the words shall of guilty of an offense against this section and substituting the words commit an offense and is liable on conviction. Section D continues and it has the same kind of wording and it says commits an offense and is liable on conviction. That's amendment to section 30. And you can continue with that same pattern there. Section 12, amendment section 31. A person subject to military law commits an offense and is liable on conviction if knowingly and without lawful excuse the wordings are being changed again, including very, very obvious in these amendments is the word offense, conviction, offense, conviction, offense, conviction. And that's riddled throughout the document. Even the word imprisonment commits an offense. And I went through it and I was kind of disheartening because I'm thinking if we are here and we have an opportunity to be able to impact the Belize Defense Force, I think we should have been seeing a bill whereby there would have been amendments that will improve the working conditions of those or the morals of the BDF personnel. Everything in here basically has to speak to the fact that if a person commits an offense, that person is liable to conviction. If I am interpreting it wrong, Mr. President, I'm sure an explanation can be given and I would be open to any kind of enlightenment as it relates to that. But again, as I said, it bothered me to see that we have an opportunity where we could have passed a law to improve the lives of the BDF soldiers, but yet we're just so focusing on the punitive aspect of this particular bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to obtain the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other law, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People's Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction on the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, the most straightforward bill ever. On Election Day, no liquor sold up to midnight. You can't sell none. Maybe you could go to your house and drink, but you can't sell no liquor up to midnight. First used to be when the polls closed, then you get drunk and you're unruly during the counting and people there. The idea here is now that no establishment can sell any liquor until midnight.
Senator Dr. Zabani.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make some short remarks with regards to this amendment to the Representation of People Act. Fully supportive of the amendment. In fact, I would have gone a little farther and pushed it to 6 in the morning. simply because you have some polls that might not close till 2, 3 in the morning if they are close. And that's the ones that are contentious. But nonetheless, this is an improvement, and we certainly support it, Mr. President. But speaking of the Representation of People Act, one of the acts that we see, one of the practices that we've observed around the country is this illegal transfers that occur.
Pardon?
Illegal transfers.
That would not be, you mean voting?
Voting.
The registration of voters.
No, I'm talking about amendments to the Representation of the People Act. And I was hoping to see, in addition to this amendment, Mr. President, that there are some other areas of the Act itself that need strengthening.
Okay.
This is one area that certainly has been strengthened, but while there are some good provisions, for example, with illegal transfers that give penalties.
Yeah, but it's kind of wide. Like that's kind of wide. The bill is actually very specific.
It is indeed, Mr. President, and so.
I mean, you can make comments generally, but
it's a
don't
general
go too
comment.
wide.
It's not. It is to say this, Mr. President, that there are penalties for engaging in illegal transfers. But I believe that those penalties should also extend to all the parties who are involved in the act, not just the person who is transferring illegally. I think that would help to improve the Representation of the People Act, because what we want is that we have an election that is fair.
Yeah, that's kind of why, because the amendment is very specific. Like it's the one section. You can say that you want the bill to be amended in other parts, but don't go into the specifics.
I take your point, Mr. President. So we support this this amendment, Mr. President, and we'd like to encourage. And of course, it might not be able to occur during this period before the election, but we'd like to see that whoever becomes the next government take a very close look at this act with the same eye as to improve it. This is an improvement, but there are other things that we need to look at to improve our democracy. Because when you're out there and you see these practices, it is shameful to see them. And we would like to see that we become a better democracy, a better country, and elections are so important. So with that said, thank you for, and these might be my last comments in the Senate, Mr. President. I want to thank you very much for your stewardship during our time. I'd like to thank our party leader, Honorable John Briceño, for appointing us to serve on this side. And certainly I want to encourage everybody as we get into the election phase now, that we do things properly, we do things respectfully, we follow the law, and we let the people decide who they want, that there will be fair elections in the near future. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dr.
Yes,
Barnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to 100% fully support this this amendment. I think it's an important part of managing election day, and I feel Honorable Zabanez' pain, because there are other parts of the law that can be improved. There are a lot of other laws that can also be improved, but there is a legislative process that we would have to go through. So whoever forms the next government will be able to look at all of those things and sort them out. I just wanted to say, with your indulgence, Mr. President, this is, in all likelihood, is the last meeting of the Senate, in which I've had the privilege of serving for the last 5 years. And so I want to express appreciation to all my colleagues on, I can't say both sides because we have 3 sides, right? because it's been sometimes tough, but for the most part, quite positive. There have been times when we have differences. Sometimes the differences are not expressed in the way we'd really like, but that's in many ways is the nature of the legislative and the process in the Senate. I would want to encourage, as we come to the end of this Senate period and as we cross the election and move into the next phase, that the new Senate, when it is formed, that it spends some time dealing with the issues of how we process, how we proceed. There's a need to update standing orders, those kinds of things. And so cross the next side, whoever forms the new administration, whoever forms the new Senate, please spend some time looking at that so that it makes our operations a little bit, I don't want to say modern because this is a very old-fashioned kind of situation that we're in, but to update where we need to update. And so thanks to everybody for all of the positive exchanges that we've had, and it's been a pleasure to sit in this chamber with my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to support this bill. And as some of my colleagues have said before me, I look forward to, under the new administration, whichever party gets the opportunity to form it, embark on a comprehensive review of the Representation of the People Act, and also consider more broad-based electoral reform, which is one of the commitments signed on to by the business community, the unions, and the NGOs recently. So, with your indulgence, Mr. President, I also want to say thank you very much to all my colleagues. This has been an interesting 3.5 years for me, an eye-opener indeed. I have really appreciated the level of discussion that we've had here, especially if we compare it to that in the lower chamber. I really appreciate the maturity that we have displayed in the upper chamber. I think we have really set an example for what should occur after this session of the Senate. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You have been a huge breath of fresh air. You have displayed fairness. You have been firm and fair, as one of my favorite boxing referees. I forget his name because it's been many years, but fair and firm, and I appreciate that as well. So thank you to all, and I also look forward to uneventful elections, meaning that it's safe, and as we have displayed over and over again, peaceful transition of power, whichever party wins. We have been a model in the region, in the world, and I look forward to that continuing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rong.
Mr. President, we too want to support this bill. We felt that this bill should not just be for election day, but every day. Every day. Maybe to change the situation of Belize. Last night I was in my bed and I heard gun battle outside the street. It was very scary. And I am thinking to myself, what the reason must be, they must be drunk. You know? So, yeah, we would have liked that this bill be every day. As well, to say thank you to you, Mr. President. You are the only one I've seen sit in that chair who don't drink water or go to eat.
I do drink water.
You don't go to drink water, nor do you go to eat. They keep your water up there. But thank you for being the kind of resolute leader that clearly is needed in these very, sometimes very strenuous environment, no? So thank you for the work, and we support the bill.
Senator Sheba.
Mr. President, thank you. I want to join my colleagues in also supporting this bill. And if you'd allow me, Mr. President, just a few seconds to join as well in thanking you for the leadership you've provided to us in the Senate over the past year and a half. It certainly has been a great experience, a learning experience for all of us. And I want to say thank you to all my colleagues for the service in the Senate and for the service to the country of Belize. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Bennett.
I too rise to support this bill, and I would like to echo what Senator Rock said, but of course there's regulations and rights, Mr. President. So with that said, again, I would really like to thank you as well for your leadership here, my first experience, and it has been a wonderful one. He's also my teacher, so I have to be on my best behavior. But it has been a very enriching experience. Very good leadership, and I thank you for that. Yes, very well. So I'm glad I'm also your student, right? Mr. Webster, we salute you, sir, and your team. Thank you for our caterers that are always on their hands and feet serving us. We thank them as well. And to the team from the press office who are always here covering every moment of these historic times. A picture says a million words, and so later on as Belizeans do research on what we discuss and the laws that we pass in here, your work will continue to be very, very important and priceless. We thank you. I'd also like to thank my colleagues on both sides. I have two of the strongest standard bearers beside me, and they have given me the coaching I need. I definitely need to improve some more. And as well to the Honorable John Bersenio and his team. I appreciate very much the opportunity to have been here to serve the Belizean people. As a nurse, it was impactful. But here where laws are passed, you have a bird's eye view of how the lives of people can be improved. And so I thank them for this opportunity, and I ask that as you go out to vote on election day, ensure that you exercise your constitutional right, Belizeans. Don't sit at home. Come out and make your voice known. I won't say which.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the bill, and I know it may be a little bit out of order, but I believe that out of order for standing orders, but not out of order for the end of this term. I've served 5 years here, and I just want to say as well that we certainly here in this, since I've been here, we've seen Senator Salas join us as we don't like to call him the 13th senator, but it's certainly been an honor to serve. I know to those watching, it may seem at times that we really don't like each other very much sometimes. Certainly we don't see eye to eye government and opposition on many things, especially on the policies of government. But I believe that I can safely say that each of us really, we do get along. And I think that is key. At the end of the day, we show each other our humanity. We may disagree, and we disagree fervently here in these chambers because we have a job to do. But we don't let that affect our humanity. Meaning that, and I know, and I think that the wider public should learn a little bit from that, I think, because all of this rancor and vitriol which accompanies party politics sometimes, there really is no place for that. I mean, why should you hate a man because he's PUP, or why should you hate somebody because he's UDP? And I'd like to thank my colleagues. This term has been especially eventful for those of us who are on the select committee. I believe that a lot of work was put in, and I certainly would like to thank everybody. And I would like to thank you especially for what I've said, which is that despite what happens in chamber and despite how passionately we disagree on certain things, when we get to the back, we can sit down and have lunch and talk to each other in a civil way. And that is what is most important. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to join my colleagues in their support for the passage of this bill, and as well take the opportunity to remind Belizeans that democracy is a contact sport, and you have to participate in it. You have to come out, and you have to vote, and you have to vote your conscience. And in that regard, verbal contact at least, has been very passionate in these chambers at times. I thank you again for your fair-handedness in trying to calm and quell some of those passions that we have sometimes on the issues. But again, I don't think any one of us in here should be less than passionate about what we firmly believe in and the positions which we represent. In that view, I was telling my good friend, the Attorney General, that I have made a decision that I'm no longer going to make an attempt to come back to this seat. I have had 2 terms in the Senate. I've tried my very best to represent those that I represent, and I thank them for that responsibility and privilege, one that I took very seriously. I gave it my all. I hope I didn't fall short. But I thank all my colleagues as well for the learning experience, and encourage Belizeans to get involved. If we want to see a democracy that works for all of us, we have to get involved. We can't just complain on Facebook or on call-in shows or whatever. Democracy is a contact sport. Get involved. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Attorney General.
Mr. President, being the soft, delicate one that I am in this chamber, with all this mushiness going around, I think I need to say something. Let me start. You know, the Constitution provides for a democracy, and indeed, as Senator Lizarraga said earlier, it's a contact sport and downright messy. Democracy is messy, and it is said that it is the worst form of government, except for the other forms that exist. So it is the best that we have, and we pride ourselves on making sure that whatever we do, it's in the wide open, so we can debate, so we can disagree, so we can fight and quarrel. But I have no doubt that the 13 of us in here come here every time with a passion for Belize, a love for Belize, and a genuine desire to see us grow to the highest levels that we can possibly grow. I want to thank the Right Honorable Dean Barrow for giving me an opportunity to serve in this upper house. And I want to thank all my colleagues in this house for the good times, because even when we're arguing and we're disagreeing, it's still good times. That's democracy. It's what we do. We're entitled to, I'm entitled to be a UDP, you're entitled to be a PUP, we're entitled to be whatever we want to be under the Constitution. That's what it's guaranteed. And the Senate is also comprised of not only UDPs and PUPs, but you have a church's perspective, you have a union perspective, you have an NGO perspective, you have a business perspective. And that has only served to further enrich the debate and discussions that we have in the Senate. And if I may finish off by saying to the Honorable Mark Lizarraga, Senator for 2 terms, you know, one would say that, no, that you're pensionable, you want to stop. But I won't say that. I won't say that. I won't say that, Mr. President. I will not say that. Senator Lizarraga and I have had some epic battles, some good battles on the battlefield, but that's what warriors do. We fight. and we give and take and we disagree and we laugh and we argue for the points, but I never had any doubt that whenever he would fight or push for his cause, it was from a genuine position of trying to make sure that we are on our toes and that we are clear going forward for the vision for Belize. So let me say, Senator Lizarraga, if this is indeed your last time in the Senate, and this is not my last time in the Senate, if that is the case, if I'm returned and you're not here, let me just say that I will sincerely miss your level of commitment and preparation when it comes to Senate meetings. You can, I could say the same thing about Senator Alas, but he's not going nowhere. So let me just say this for Senator Lizarraga. If there is one person who you know will read the proposed amendment or the proposed bill, the proposed budget, if there is one person who will go through it line by line by line, it would be Senator Lizarraga. And so your analysis and your positions that come out of that hard work, you and I are always at loggerheads with, but nobody can deny your commitment to the process, your commitment and dedication to being a senator, and nobody can say you didn't work for your pay. You have come here every time, fully prepared. We are so grateful that you can only speak for 45 minutes at a time. But that's all part and parcel of the fact that you do have a lot to say and you do have a lot to contribute. And I'm hoping, that this will not be your last time. But if it is, I think as many times as I've gotten up here to tackle you, to challenge you, I think you are deserving as well for me saying that I do admire and appreciate your level of hard work and preparation for these Senate meetings, and you will be missed, and that will be missed. Thank you, Mr. President. Before I cry,
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People's Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People's Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motions and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate, to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairman of the Committee of the whole Senate, and the gallery will be cleared.
Clarity in terms of our
We approve
last night.
Edition 2011 to extend time
Public, public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize to the Treaty on the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize. Motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize to the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters between the Government of the Republic of China on Taiwan and the Government of Belize, Motion 2020, and has agreed that it be returned to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Agreement on Economic Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, Motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Agreement on Economic Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, Motion 2020, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the Agreement on Economic Cooperation between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Air Services Agreement between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize, Motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the Air Services Agreement between the Government of the Republic of China on Taiwan and the Government of Belize, Motion 2020, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the Air Services Agreement between the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Government of Belize. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 4 Bill of 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 4 Bill of 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Treasury Bill Amendment number 2 Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Constitution of the Whole Senate has considered the Treasury Bill Amendment number 2 Bill 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sums represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Treasury Bills Act, Chapter 83 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to raise the principal sum represented by Treasury notes outstanding at any one time and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Immigration Amendment number 2 Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Immigration Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean countries, community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the periods of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualifying Caribbean countries, community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, to provide for the expansion of the definition of dependent to include spouses and dependents of the national, the inclusion of new definitions, the clarification of the period of automatic and indefinite stay for nationals of the Caribbean community states, the inclusion of Haiti to the list of qualified Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17.02 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provisions in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to make provision in the interest of administrative and operational efficiency for the inclusion of new definitions and the expansion of existing definitions, for the inclusion of new categories of approved persons, among other things, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Land Tax Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Land Tax Amendment Bill 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Land Tax Act, Chapter 58 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to empower the minister to remit land tax where there is the spread of an infectious disease and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Radiation Safety and Security Bill 2020 and pass it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology for the establishment of a regulatory body for that purpose, to be known as the Radiation Safety and Security Office, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Cybercrime Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Cybercrime Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation, and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to combat cybercrime by creating offenses of cybercrime, to provide for penalties, investigation, and prosecution of the offenses of cybercrime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Defense Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Defense Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Defense Act, Chapter 135 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to update the provisions of bringing them into conformity with the Belize Constitution and other laws, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2020 and passed it without amendment. I now move that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Representation of the People's Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of the sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Representation of People Act, Chapter 9 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to extend the time for the restriction of sale of intoxicating liquor on Election Day, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, before we move to the adjournment, I very briefly, 1 minute, want to likewise add my warm congratulations and appreciation to all of you senators. I was in awe a little bit when we shared that little moment and exchanged greetings. And one of the things that I thought about was the idea that one of the greatest strengths of our nation really is the fact that we are a diverse country. We're a small country. We are largely overlooked on the global scheme, but Belize is one of the most diverse countries throughout the world. But it is in that diversity that we are one of the strongest countries, because throughout the history of our country, not only from independence but before then, we have managed to work together as a society and to overcome great difficulties even to today during this COVID period. And one of the things that I felt in the moment of sharing is this aspect of just unity, the fact that we can be different, but we can have a sense of unity. We can really reach out across lines. And when we look at it, there is no PUP or UDP, or there is no person not in politics. We're all one people. And if we endure and struggle together, if we seek common ground, we can overcome all adversity, even at this time when our nation faces this COVID pandemic. I want to just say that it has been my great pleasure to chair these proceedings for almost a year and 3 months. I have met many of you senators when I came to this bench, and my admiration for you over this period has only grown. I have been very impressed with the level of debate and exchanges. Sometimes it has been cantankerous, but I find that it has been in good spirit, and it has been for the greater good of promoting diversity, debate, and engagement upon our society. I would only want to, in closing, represent to you that one of the things that I think in my own life, that we reflect the spirit of the world that we want to live in. And we are the change in the community that we want to live. If we want to be a better Belize, we individually can represent the Belize that we want to become. And I just want to thank each and every one of you as senators, to say that my utmost respect goes to each and every one of you. I wish all of you the very best in whatever endeavors you choose to pursue in the future. And it has been my honor to sit in this chair, to listen to you, and to really engage with the level of debate. This is a great country because we are a democratic country. We fight, but we fight with words, not with bullets or with guns. And we may, as a country, go through an election period, but all of us expect that that election will be peaceful. There is no Belizean that thinks that our election will be violent. We do not have that history. So while we quarrel, while we disagree, we recognize and celebrate the great diversity that lives within all of us, that all of us are Belizeans. We're from different political parties, different economic spheres, we're from different ethnic groups, but at the end of the day, we share a common country, a common patrimony, and a common humanity. And if we keep that spirit, which really yearns us to seek common ground across all lines, then I think that our country will be faced with greater prosperity in the future. Congratulations to all of you senators, and again, thank you for this great opportunity. I now recognize the Leader of Government Business.
The President, on our motion for the adjournment, allow me, if you may, to also join with all my colleagues. I have been in this august house for close to 19 years, and I've never missed a Senate meeting. Never missed a Senate meeting. I have seen 5 presidents, and many senators, a range of great intelligence across this nation. Because one of the good things about the Senate is you don't get in the hurly-burly of election, so your Prime Minister would select some of the best minds to appoint as senators, and that makes the difference. I've served with some awesome people in the Senate. I served in the capacity as representative of the private sector, the seat my honorable colleague Senator Lizaraga now holds, and it was my pleasure to be able to criticize on both sides and be able to add my voice to the suggestions for improvements that we should make. And then, thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, he invited me to join this side and to lead the government side. A serious challenge, because it took on a completely different environment. It is not easy to work in this democracy, which is the worst form of government, but the best form of all the governments we know, right, AG? Where you have to juggle among all your ministers, colleagues, and you have to juggle with the things you do. But I want to thank all of you in here, all your predecessors, and everybody for having given me the opportunity and treated me with dignity and with tremendous respect. I was particularly pleased that at every budget meeting in this Honorable Senate, the ministries I represent were never criticized. And that was not only out of courtesy, which I'm sure was part of it, but it's because I knew that I would not want to stand here and have my peers lambaste me for poor management. So I put my utmost best to ensure that the ministries I represented had a stellar performance. And that is why on both sides, whether that was the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ministry of Agriculture, the comments were gentle and proper and respectful, but I ensured that my staff was on their toes to produce the best work that a government should do and that the people of Belize were paying us to do. The institution has transformed tremendous. When I first came here, I had just succeeded a Senate that only had 8 representatives, 1 appointed by the Governor General, 2 by the opposition, and 5 by the ruling party. And nobody heard of the Senate. Didn't know what the Senate was. We never broadcasted it. We couldn't use any computers here or nothing. So it was an obscure institution. As representative for the private sector, I challenged the president to open it and broadcast. And the private sector paid for the first set of broadcasts. That is how we began to have these broadcasts. I challenged him to use computers. Oh, no, we can't. I challenged him. I will give you a limited time, but be careful how you use it. Imagine we are closing out the Senate now with cybercrime bill. It's really nostalgic and interesting. But he did, and so today everybody is computer savvy, or at least we try to be. It's even interesting, Mr. President, that while I use my computer in the cabinet room, we never had computers. Everybody used pen and paper. But COVID has now forced every single minister, even those who can't mute their phone or mute their computer, to be doing to be in cabinet meetings, cyber, everybody. And that's how advanced even the COVID has forced us to become. There were some landmark practices and representations out of the Senate. 2 Senate investigations. People had never heard of that before. And if you don't think that that is true oversight, then name another Senate in the Caribbean or anywhere that has done that, except the US Senate, which is a completely different system. The first I led, which was the Social Security investigation, and resulted in tremendous changes in the Social Security system, that today it's a system that we can be fairly proud of, right, Senator? Fairly clean. The second was this immigration investigation. And I was tremendously challenged because I'm the Minister of Immigration, or was at the time. Still is a senior minister. However, there were lots of advice I was getting, unsolicited advice. Do not participate in any investigation, blah, 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 blah. No. There was nothing to hide from me. And I wanted to know what was wrong, so I participated. And I want to thank all my colleagues here who treated me, even on the chair, with dignity and respect during that investigation. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And of course, it has resulted in several changes made along the time. We have had some landmark pieces of legislation. The Maritime Areas Act sticks out because that deals with our country. And while I was challenged by my good friend forever, Senator Courtney, and I could not understand at the time how he would be opposing going to the ICJ. And we spoke. The day, it was the first time I felt a different spirit when he got up and he said, we shall go to the ICJ and we will win. And I understood clearly what some of my attorney friends would say to me, you have to represent your clients. It doesn't mean that that is your view. Now that's all, tell me. 5 attorneys, yeah. We also had the Nationality Acts, which I am extremely proud of, because while they may have gone under the radar, that whole business of a minister declaring who will become a citizen or not disappeared in 2014, and that was placed in the hands of a Nationality Committee on which all the social partners sit, and which is open, fair, and transparent. It's like getting married. Very, very pleased with that. I'm also happy to say that we did some creative things in this Senate, in the sense that we elevated the discourse. And as everybody has said, sometimes it's a little testy, but it's very respectful. And the views are not on fallen deaf ears. There are lots of comments that have come from both sides, especially from my social partners, that I personally have taken into serious consideration. One of them is getting the documents to you. I served 2 terms almost, where House meeting would be on a Friday and Senate is on a Monday. So my whole weekend was challenged to try to get information and documents, etc. When I became leader of government business, I said, that's not going to happen. Let's at least go till a Wednesday to give you some time and try to get as much documentation as you can, I want to especially thank this clerk for having been so effective with his staff in getting those information, and it has been challenging for him. So Give him a big hand. I want to thank him. He would call me and say, leader, we need this. Leader, you know they're going to ask for this. Leader, you know. And it is like pulling your teeth to get some of that information because you're dealing with public servants and they don't think that's that important. I will send it to you and I will send it to you and I won't send it. And that becomes a nightmare. And I will say, well, you know, it's me going to take the lick in the Senate. You know, you used to call for documents and now we know to get no documents. But it's not been very easy. But thank you very much, Clerk. Thank to Ms. Petch. Thank to your entire staff for the stellar work they've done. We have created a space for what I call another social partner representative, not a 13th senator, because it depends how you're going to count, and where you start the one and where you end the 13. So I will never say a 13th senator, but thank you for joining Senator Salas, representing the NGO community. The social partners in this Senate for the last 19 years has made a tremendous difference. They are the ones who have carried us and given us the balance between the political divide for the most part. Even though with great criticism to some of them, like Pastor Rock and others, and Senator Elena, but we understand that's the dynamics of Belize. We can still walk out there freely, and nobody stones us, nobody curses us, and nobody hurts us, and that is a tremendous thing. When I had a visit from my colleagues for the Coated meeting, and I took some of them down to Save Supermarket, the first thing the Jamaican representative asked me is, where's your security? Where's your security? No man, nobody know you, boy. You look just like any other coffee. Come, let's go down there. And I knew him long before. I said, you sure he's safe? Of course he's safe. I said, if you look across the street, you'll see the Prime Minister in a short pants and a slippers, you know, buying. So no worry about that. That's our belief, that's our democracy, and that's beautiful, and we want to keep it that way. I want to end by simply saying a few things. There's been some hectic times when we had protests. I remember 25, 27, and a couple other times when there's been some noise. But we've gotten past those days because we've learned better and better to dialogue. But I need to ask the press to, in the future, enhance the delivery, particularly in the evening news, so we can hear the balance and not only the sensationalism. Because on any side, even the social partners side, when you have great interventions, if it's not sensational, it's not going to be reported. Please, we can lift that level for the public out there so they understand that legislation is done properly, and it is done with dignity, and it's done with respect, and it's done with intelligence. And that is important to be repeated in the evening news as well. I want to suggest that perhaps going forward, the media can engage a program like we saw done with the Honorable AG, which was called Ask the Experts or other people, so we can clarify some legislations for people. I was particularly pleased with the cyber bill. But I was a little disappointed that the EOB never even made the light of day. It was strangled at birth, even in a lengthy process that we could have, that was pre-consultation and could have been post-consultation, because we do need at some time to ensure going forward that everybody in this country has equal opportunity. I want to say that the reform of the standing orders, and I'm glad that the clerk mentioned that the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is undertaking that the standing orders do need to be revised. They're from 1963. That's a long, long time ago, and they don't fit a modern Senate. We have to understand, however, that we are not the people who stump. Some of you in here will be doing it. I think Senator Shebat, Senator Zabani, Senator O'Jelrington, anybody else have their name on the ticket, will be stumping, and they may find themselves in the law house. But we don't. And so the people who elect the people, those are the only people who have the right to tax them and to spend their tax money. There's a long history of that going back from the turn of the century in the UK and towards the end of World War II. So we have to recognize that. So while we have this oversight, and so that can be managed in a little different way, I do like the suggestion, and the Prime Minister wants engaged, of the Public Accounts Committee being a joint select committee of both houses. Those are kinds of reforms that still need to happen so that it gets out of the day-to-day politics, but really gets into true oversight where these questions could be answered. Finally, I will say that it's not all a rubber stamp, as much as people think the Senate is a rubber stamp. No, it's not, because there's a couple of things that are terribly important. During the political reform period, when I moved to have the Senate ratify treaties, etc., I had very little support. But thanks to my colleagues in the chamber at the time, including Senator Lizarraga and many other people who saw my point. My point was that in little countries like this, a third secretary in the United States will be able to send for the prime minister, the minister, and say, boy, sign ya. And that's a done deal. Because that happens all around the world, happens throughout the Caribbean. But I was guided by the fact that in the United States, FAL 2, which was signed by the president, was never ratified by their Senate. And I said they understand that process. And so that we would never get some sort of piece of legislation that would be forced our minister or our prime minister to sign, we could hide, so to speak, behind the principle that, oh, you got to get that passed our Senate. And while you may be able to get that past the political side of the Senate, there's the business representation, the church representation, the union representation, and the NGO representation. If you can get that past all of them, you're good. And that's the whole country. And I have used that argument with several of the foreign embassies already. And that, to me, is a landmark and stellar function of this Senate. Some of the pieces of that they would be forcing us to sign would never even see the light of day under this structure. Last but not least then, let me thank each and every one of you. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having given me this opportunity to serve in various ministries. Thank each and every one of you here. This has been an excellent Senate. Starting at the end here, thank you, Senator Lizarraga, for coming in my seat and doing exactly what the AG said and held up the end for the business community. Thank you, Pastor Rapp. I have always worked well with the church for some reason. Reverend Chan was on my committee before, then I had Reverend Leslie. So we've had good relations with the church. Thank you, Senator Elena, for the union, but more fundamentally to the teachers. Thank you, Senator Salas, for the NGO community. Thank you, Senator Aldo. Quiet generally, but forceful in his delivery all the time, and very, very, very extremely knowledgeable. OJ, this is your second time here. Thank you, as I recall. Thank you for coming today and closing us out. Thank you very much, Senator Coy. You are in high school or just getting from primary school to high school when I came here. So thanks for elevating and being here at this time. Senator AG, Minister of National Security and Attorney General, whom I know the day he was born. Thank you for joining us in the Senate and being so forceful in every way. And you've made a landmark statement because a certain foreign representative said, what on earth is staying a pair of feet apart? I said, well, I'll introduce you one day. Thank you, Dr. Senator Barnett, my friend for most of my life. Very brilliant, very articulate, very dedicated professional, and wish you well in any future endeavors. Tremendous experience she's had. Thank you, Senator Zabane. We've been together for a long time, worked together for a long time. He succeeded me in 1998 it was then TIPS, and we went to Beltrade. So he succeeded me there. That's when we were starting. Thank you, Senator Bennett, for your contribution. Thank you, Senator Shabat, for your contribution as well. Mr. President, finally, thank you. You've been a different of the 5 presidents I know. I can say that. But you've been forceful and strong. And you're Darrell Bradley. You have your style. You don't even eat nor drink water nor get up to go to the bathroom. That's weird. The only other person I understand who used to do that was Honorable Father of the Nation, George Price, who would be there and just get up and stretch and sit down back and go again. So you're in great company. On that note then, thank you all. God bless in whatever you do going forward. And I wish you all the best. The people back there for the media, for the recording, thank you for what you do. You're tremendous among the staff. And Mr. Clerk, I must say you have a tremendous staff. Because when I came here back then, and we were doing the Senate investigation, you assigned me, well, not you, but the then clerk assigned me, one of the young ladies back there, to do the work. And I had never seen such quality of work. So I decided when I became a minister, I need to steal her away from the National Assembly, which was a tremendous task just to get her in the public service, but I did. And she's still with me. She'll close out this ministry as well. Excellent worker, excellent job, excellent, all trained here in the National Assembly. People back there are well trained. And they have to be, because while the public service will give you the thing 2, 3, 4 days from now or next week, the Senate, the National Assembly, they need to deliver. So House is done the next day, the same evening they have to have everything ready, and it has to be accurate, it has to be correct. And that is the kind of efficiency I like. So thank you all. God bless. I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate could do that at the end, though. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall stand adjourned.